Hello, Red and James. The only two I've seen here so far. It shows there's 10 plus in there somewhere.
Hello, Red and James.
Son of a gun.
The only two I'm seeing here.
Forgot to hit the damn mute over there. It's the only problem with several monitors. You got to make sure the rest of them are muted. Anyway, starting for be a slow Friday, but I found that some of them end up being the best. Meemaw Patriot, if I'm not mistaken, it's your birthday. So happy birthday, James. I'm doing fine, and I hope you're doing well. Red, I hope you're doing good, and Meemaw, same way. Cool Gamer, Gary Schindel. It's good to see you all coming in. Like I said, some of these nights like this start a little slow. They end up being the best, and I end up staying on long. So if it keeps going like it is right now, we'll see how long we can stretch this dude. Like I said, I'm in no hurry this evening as far as I know. Anyway, got a little bit to talk about today, not a whole hell of a lot. I did watch some of the congressional crap that's going on. Republicans are sure trying to push what they run on, so in the House, and the Senate's backing them. So that's Republicans in the Senate, I should say, are backing them. So that's a bonus. I watched that Biden wasn't going to support anything that the House put out, but the problem is the House is the one that's got the power of the purse. So he's going to have. He said he wouldn't negotiate anything with them. But it wasn't what he wanted, and they allowed that would change in a hurry. And even some of the Democrats were saying the same thing, because when you get the power of the purse, you can kind of dictate what will go through and what won't to a point. Now, granted, it's still got to go through a vote. If it go to the American people, the vote would probably be a little different. Yeah, it's quite the world we live in, James. That's no doubt. All the people in the background just listening right now, hello to y'all too. I hope y'all have had a great day, a great week. Hopefully the weekend you got something great planned, or at least something fun planned. Or maybe it's just to relax. And that's always fun too, just to be able to relax and get some good rest. Raptor Ranch, hello. Northern Wisconsin. A little chilly up your way today, isn't it? Did I miss Gary Schindel? I mean, there he is. Yeah, Gary Schindel. Hello. Sorry I missed you, bud. Maybe I did catch it, but either way, I said it again. Sorry, I've got about a 30, 40-second lag in between my StreamYard and my YouTube. My YouTube's grabbing the chat a lot quicker than my StreamYard is. Yeah, make bread, drink beer, and very cold for another week. Yeah, our next week's not looking real promising. It looks a little chilly. We're supposed to be at about the 30s pretty much all next week, so not looking forward to that, but it is what it is. Yeah, Red, that is. Thank you. That's I like that. That's funny. I like that. Cheryl M. Hit that like button and tickle the bell. Thank you. It's good to see you all popping in here. Like I said, I tried to set some people up to come up tonight. It didn't really work too well in my favor. They said they'd come up, but it won't be today. Well, I've been working on for a couple days, so anyway, it was one of those deals that it is what it is. But it is Friday, so you know what? We'll distribute Friday to the good people in chat and the people that come here every night that I'm on and listen to my nonsense. Ronald Hendricks, hello. Good to see you. Like I said, I'll go ahead and, if Fred don't mind, I'll have her drop the link. If somebody wants to come up, we'll get it started early. See if we can get everybody a little bit of chance to say something, say hi, and spill out what they've got. James, I don't understand that. Is Diddy still around? James, I didn't understand that one. Sorry about that, bud. Thank you, Red, for dropping that. Anyway, anybody out there? Now, if you're in the background, please say something in the chat if I don't know who you are before you come up, because if you just come up from the backside, I'm probably not going to let you up because I may not recognize the name right off first, and it's no offense to anybody. It's just how it is. Margaret Egner, hello. Oh, Dindy. Okay. Well, she's got her own thing, and it was there for a while, and I'm not going to speculate. All I know is that, when Rob's on and me or I'm on at the same time, she's going to be over there, which is fine. I don't, it's everybody has their preferences, and that's just part of YouTube. I talked to her. Well, she said hi to me last night while I was in the chat on another show. So, but now Mr. B's brain. Now I've been hearing some things about you, and I went and watched some of your shows. If you look about 6, 8 above you, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 above you, there is a link. Why don't you pop in here and visit me a minute? You're kind of interesting. Wendell Live, hello. You're new here. Wendell Live. You're a tribute artist. Okay. Well, Wendell Live, you are more than welcome to grab that link too. It's about 3 above you. Un momento, señorita. Okay, sorry about that. Chris Gilbert, hello. But anyway, Mr. B, if we need to, and Wendell Live, Sinatra tribute. If you two want to come up, you're. I'm not going to. I'm not going to complain. We will, because I would not be against hearing a little bit of music if it happens. And if you're not into it tonight, hey, so be it. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself. Mr. B, it's the same way. Oh, you canceled your show tonight because you're sick, Mr. B. Okay. Well, Mr. B, do you have one tomorrow night, or are you going to try to do it tomorrow night instead? Because either way, if you're feeling better, come on up. I'm going to, whenever I see your name, until I get you up here, I'm definitely going to have you come up. I watched your show, a couple of them, and got some interesting stuff. And you like to have fun. That's the main thing. Like I said, Chris Gilbert, James Shepard, hello. Oh yeah, Mr. B, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, no sense in adding Lyme disease to that, huh? Mike Demore, do I like the distractions? Which ones you talking about there, bud? There's distractions all over this community and all over the World Wide Web. So yeah, there's all kinds of crazy crap going on all over. I mean, the Senate's been the Senate Democrats have been pretty quiet. I don't know what's up with them. Uh, so that's almost scary in a way. When Democrats are making noise, you know they're full of shit. Yeah, up there in Washington. I'm not saying all people are like them or all Democrats. I'm just saying the ones in Washington. But when they get quiet, that gets scary because you never know what they're sneaking around doing. Welding, Wendell, live, you're more than welcome to pop up if you feel like it, bud. If you're not into it, just say not tonight, but sometime soon or sometime later. Yeah, that'd be fine. That way I don't keep asking you. Yeah, there's all kinds of distractions all over. Uh, I don't, I don't think I caught that one, Mr. B. Don't think I caught that one. And if I did, it was because my mind must have been somewhere else. A lot of times I go watch things and I got so much crap on my brain I don't retain what was on the show. Uh, Depending on whoever's I'm on. And it's not that it's not interesting; it's just my brain overrides my listening ability at times. But no, I'll have to go look that up. If you can throw a date in there when you put that out, I will damn sure go look that up and watch it. Oh, I know exactly who they are. I've done lots of research on them. Uh, your message was taken down due to some of the names that you put on there. Um, but yes, I know who they are. And yeah, we just yeah, there's some of the ones that I'm not a fan of. I'm going to say that I'm strongly against what they're doing. You're good, Mr. B. No biggie. Yeah, yeah. I think we got a little bit of the Antifa. Uh, the only way I know how to put it, are up to some shenanigans again. Oh, hang on. I got to take this call. It's one of my people that I'm trying to get on here. Hang on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. I did have a call I had to take, and it turned out well. Discernment Files, hello. Been a few days since I've seen you over here. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Justin, I seen you come in. Hello. Uh, Becky Justice. I don't know where Dorinda is tonight. I have not talked to her. So I'm not sure where she is at this moment. But anyway, beauty is in the eye of the beer holder, huh? Well, I got good news. One of the guys I've been trying to get a hold of for 2 weeks is going to show up, and he has an opening tomorrow. So he will be on tomorrow. So that'll be fun. Yeah, I'd seen on another show a discernment where you've been busy as crap. Had 3 to do in one day, or some crap this week. So I knew I knew you was going to have your work cut out. Yes, I'm going to do a panel tonight, Justin. You got some interesting stuff to come up with. We'll just drop it in the link, and I will, or in the chat, and we'll. Yeah, it'll be here in just a little bit, Justin. Not at this moment. Uh, yeah. I think Concerned Patriot, I think you're correct. I think a lot of states need to back away, claim their sovereignty, and take back that power from the federal government. That's right. Oh yeah, yeah. When there's 1,500 units, yeah, a lot of crap can go wrong in a hurry. Q City Lady, hello, good to see you. Becky Justice on the Jeff B thing. The only thing I've ever heard on him from day one was Travis had come over here, searched for truth, and said he had been shot. Or I heard it Saturday, and then Monday, I think it was a Monday, he had come in and said he was okay. So I took it under guess that he had talked to him. Whether he has or not, I don't know. But I don't, like I said, I don't usually keep up with him. If Jeff B pops in here, I've always welcomed him up if he wants to come up. But I don't know anything about what's really going on. Haven't heard from him. So until I hear from Jeff B, I'm not going to make any speculation what's going on, what happened or what didn't happen. I have no clue. Creek Squad, how you doing, bud? Yeah, I can't. Like I said, I don't know. I have no clue. And a lot of people, someone called me today and said that my name was getting dragged through the mud because I was in a conspiracy with all them people about Jeff B. And hell, I don't know a damn thing about it. So I don't know. The guy was pretty worried, and I said, "Don't worry about it. You know how I feel." And he says, "Yeah, that's what I told him." And so it's one of those deals. I just don't worry about it because I don't have nothing to do with that stuff. I mean, it is what it is. I like to talk to Jeff. He's very comical at times. He can be informative at times. So I don't have nothing against him, and I feel bad that if that did happen, I feel bad for him. I hate to see that to anybody. Mary Laveau, hello. Yeah, that's what I said. Discernment files when I heard about it, and I don't know. No one ever told me crap about it. It's just what I heard. Someone had come into my chat and brought it in. Yeah, Mr. B. Yeah, hell, everybody did. He'd come out on preppings where I met him originally. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is too, because heard today from the guy that called me. He was making a donation to somebody's channel last night or something on their show. So obviously he's okay, or someone's making donations for him. I don't know where it was or who it was on, but yeah, Becky, I don't know. That's the thing I'm trying to say is it may or may not be true. I'm not going to, I hate to hear that about anybody, but still, it's just one of those deals. I don't know. And I ain't going to go spreading around a bunch of crap until I actually listen to him tell me what happened. And if he does that, it'll probably be on my show. Yes, James, people are always stirring the pot. Yeah. Got another phone call from another gentleman today. He was that was Larry P. Good guy. Hey, I got a guest here. I didn't even know he was coming in, so I'm going to bring him in because I do like this guy. I haven't seen him in the chat, which I request, but I like this guy. Bruce, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I've been better. Every time I stand up, my body feels like it ain't supporting the weight, and I start hurting and aching in my neck and stuff. I'm just trying to hang in there and going through the videos I've been watching, and I got one about the 2A thing. It's about 7 minutes. If you want to play it, I'll drop it in chat and stuff. It's from a guy that's a commentator on the Epoch News and everything. It's about 61%.
Well, we got to be watching. We got to be careful watching Epoch on here live because YouTube yanked Epoch down.
Yeah, this is not the channel itself. It's the commentator. It's a deal. Let me get the video here, or the title of it. It says Globalist Panic as 61% of U.S. counties become Second Amendment sanctuaries, if you want to look at it.
Repeat that one more time, Bruce, please.
Globalist panic as 61% of U.S. counties become Second Amendment sanctuary counties and states.
Nice.
If you want the link, I'll drop it.
You know what? Not only drop it here, drop it in the regular chat too.
Okay, will do.
Well, that way people, if they want to see it and read about it, they can go find it, because I'm going to watch it before I put it up to make sure, I've pushed a few buttons along the way, and I don't want to get ripped down for that.
Right.
So, but I'll watch it, and if I think I can get away with it, even if it's iffy, I'll do it.
Yeah, this is just giving information for the whole United States, and all of that is what it is. But I'll drop it here, and if you want to show it, fine. If not, the other people can look at it and everything. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, that's good to know.
Okay, there's both of them. I got it in both.
Good, thank you.
And everything. So, but no, just been kind of hanging out, and times I feel pretty good and other times I don't, and it's just a toss up every day. I get up and everything for energy or whatever. I don't know until I get to moving, and sometimes that still ain't a good barometer. It gets better or gets worse.
Yep.
And things. So
discernment file, I'm not going to disagree with anything you were saying down through there about the UN. Yes, they are. I feel in my mind they are wicked, evil people. And then they go along and what looks like to me, they put up the sign of the beast as their icon in front of their building in New York. which I feel it should have been ripped down, when they did that 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. I just don't feel that's appropriate icon to have in front of your building. And I can go back and find the issue, but I'm pretty sure everybody pretty much remembers what that was all about. And they put it right in our face. If you ever want to see what's really going on, quit digging deep. Just look what's right in front of you. Yeah, and discernment files, I've always been one to go, hey, never idolize a statue. A statue, okay, that's a cool statue. It's a so-and-so. Okay. But never idolize it. There's people idolizing this damn thing. And I'm just not real comfortable with that. That's just not a good idea. There are people getting pictures taken with the damn thing. I mean, come on. Have y'all not read the good book? What the hell's going on?
If they read it and took it to heart and, treasured it and stuff, it'll have an effect on you. Before I became a Christian, got saved and stuff, the book that scared the P-Waddens out of me. Of course,
absolutely.
You know how every young man goes out and, chases tail and sows oats and all this stuff when you're young, and you just do it. It's normal behavior. I read the book of Leviticus on what they do, on what the penalty was for that in the Old Testament. And and it scared the P-Wadden out of me. What I was doing everything I could get stoned or jail in the stocks or whatever they did back then for doing what I was doing, hands cut off, along with your partner could have the same punishment and stuff. That just scared the P-Wadden out of me. That's how serious I took it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Let me catch this comment here. Mr. B, ever wonder why they have a Native American mythological figure on top of the United States Capitol building? Well, Mr. B, you go back through time and you go back to, they didn't read the Bible here in Native America. Everybody had a god they worshipped from the dawn of man. Whether it was the same person, just different names or what have you, I don't know. But why it is on the Capitol building in one of the worst corrupt cities in America does make you wonder if they're trying to idolize it or make it something it's not. I don't know. That is a little odd. Yeah, there's evil everywhere, guys. There's evil everywhere. And I mean, they put it in our face and people don't understand what it is. Oh, look there, that's cool looking script, sculpture on top of the building, or, what do they call them? Dorics and stuff like that to stick out of the side of them buildings.
Gargoyles.
Yeah, gargoyles. Some of them are gargoyles, yes. Oh, look, boy, that looks evil. Well, it is. There's a reason that stuff's on them buildings. Oh, yeah, it runs well deep. It runs back, like I said, to the dawn of man. There's been evil on this world since man was first introduced. Engine 10, been a long time. How are you? Yeah, evil was put here on earth probably before man was. That's the only thing I can figure, because the way they already had it set up when we hit the ground running, we was already in a pickle.
It's like, the old saying goes, is what you just said. There's always somebody out there bigger and better than you are.
Yep, that's it. No matter what you do.
Yep.
T. Muckin, hello. Good to see you. Crystal Chatwood. Been a few days since I seen you. How are you? Hope everything's going well. Hope your little part-time job is going good. Your house is going good.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my watch history here, Shane, see if I can find something else here. I don't have too much on my mind tonight so far, unless
That's
something
fine.
set, unless something said and triggers my rants.
That's me. That's me. That's why I'm reading chat.
Yeah, like the
okay.
last time I was on here, look what happened. 2 hours later, I was still here.
Oh yeah, hell, there was no problem with that. That was a good
Yeah.
evening. I
Yeah, I'm
enjoyed it.
just trying to find something here and everything on what's going on in the world that I've watched that could spark a conversation and not get you whacked.
Yeah, and like I said, I went and watched today. You know, it's Friday, so that's one of my busiest days.
Yeah.
But in between everything, you know, I'd go watching some of the congressional shit and just seeing what they're trying to put out, and just trying to catch up with what the government's doing.
Yeah.
Hang on just a second, guys.
Go ahead.
All right. Anyway, sorry about that. Have a little 3-year-old. She's seems to be getting hungry. So Chris Chatwood, good to hear that. It's good to hear that. Glad to hear you're doing fine. Let's see.
You know, I'm looking at some of these short ones from Dave Hodges here that I've watched, see if I can remember part of them. He puts out some pretty good stuff, but it's only like 3 to 5 minutes long, sometimes 10 at the most, which is good stuff. Find one that I remember that's real good, I'll drop it.
Sounds good, Bruce. No, that's fine with me. No, that's fine. Government doing nothing right. Well, you're right. Andy Heinrich, hello.
Yes. Since when haven't they done something right?
Well, you know, this new Republican, they're trying to head that direction. I'm just scared it's too late. It may not make a big difference, but they can, being the power of the purse, they can quill the government waste. But the problem is half the damn Republicans are involved in government waste.
Yeah, if it gets in their pocket, like, oh no, we're not doing this.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, if it gets in their personal pocket, yep, nope, they're backing away.
Yeah, because about everything that's gone on and over yonder and everything with what's going on, and it's going to escalate and things. So, they gotta get as much as they can over there for aid and all that, keep us satisfied over here before they pull the trigger over there and have something cut it off and everything, the way they can survive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Red brought up something. I have something. Let me go look and see if I can find it real quick. It won't take me but a second to see what it was about. I can't remember. There was a little talking point there. Okay. Let me get up past these. It was sent to me.
Do you remember when Britain just went over the edge and they started passing laws that you couldn't defend yourself? And it was.
Bruce, you is fine. Let it play if it's short.
No, that was, I was just seeing what it was. It wasn't meant to go out. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
That was just audio, wasn't it?
Do what now?
That was just audio, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was just audio. Yeah, you didn't share the video with me, so.
Yeah, I didn't mute it. My mistake. Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm just looking here.
Show me.
Yeah, I've got that one where I think I've got it here downloaded. No, I didn't get it downloaded. I watched it. I got to find it about Project Veritas, where they did the undercover with that guy from Pfizer on what they're doing. I got that somewhere. Where they talk to one of the scientists and he tells them what they're doing with a different name. All it amounts to is gain of function and things like that. But they got another name. They're doing it so they can say what they're doing instead of for the actual what they're doing is what they're using. But I forget the name of it. It's what they
Right.
labeled it at the lab and stuff, but all it is a gain of function deal where they mutate the deal where they can keep making different vaccines on what they invent that they can take care of it with what they're invented to keep the cash cow coming.
Yeah, they was the Pfizer's been called out on that big time.
Yeah, there's an interview from one of the people at Project Veritas with one of the scientists undercover.
Yes. Yes, that's what I was looking for, to be honest with you, Bruce, because I'd seen something on that.
Let me see if I can find the actual video. I've got it in here someplace.
Okay, while you look for that, I'll read something else I've got that was damn interesting.
Okay.
And this is from Epoch Times. The Department of Justice has dismantled a prolific ransomware gang called Hive. It says a hashtag Hive, which allegedly extorted $100 million from over 1,000 victims. Very interesting. Yes. And then the Paul Pelosi video, I went and watched that. I want to tell you what, that one from the body cam of the police officer, I don't know. Somebody is committing a crime is not going to open the door for the cops to come in unless he wants 15 minutes of fame or it was staged. Now, if you see that,
I call for the latter.
I do too. It looked too staged to me. One video showed there was a little bit of blood on the floor coming from his head. The second time I watched it from someone else airing it, there was no blood on the floor. So it looked staged to me. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen. And this is back in October, granted. So
yeah.
Yeah, he was wanting to make Nancy and Hillary pay. Yeah. But it looks staged to me because I don't know any criminal that's making a crime. And then it takes him, if you look at that, Robert Lawrence, hello. If you look at the back door footage where he's breaking in, looks like it's a full glass door apparently when it's double pane. He beats the hell out of it with a hammer. He ain't even smart enough to get one glove on, so he throws it back over on his backpack. He beats the hell out of the door and ends up ramming it with his shoulder and then kicking it in and stepping in. So he gets in. So after all that racket, you're going to think an 83-year-old man's going to go downstairs, grab that man's hammer with one hand, and be standing there like they're shaking hands when the cops come to the damn door. That boy was big enough, he could probably take in that 83-year-old man. I looked at him. He didn't look real meaty to where he could have held that guy off. Something just looks silly to me with that video.
What was the facial expressions, them two looking at each other? Fear or like, hello, how you doing?
Yeah, basically when the door come open, it was like, hey, how you doing? Come on in. That's it.
Okay, the door that you're talking about, the glass was broken towards the outside instead of the outside inside the house, right?
Well, I don't know that. I didn't see that. All I know is it showed the guy beating the door with the hammer, beating the hell out of it.
Yeah.
He rammed it with his shoulder, and then he crawled through.
Okay, if the glass is on the outside, the guy was busting it from the inside. If it's from the outside wanting in, the glass goes inside.
Correct.
That's just part of forensic investigation there. And
now wait a minute. When it's dual pane glass with argon fill, The outside glass, when you break it, will bounce off the glass on the inside and come back out. Then the inside glass will go in.
Yeah. But but the door that I seen in that original deal was that the glass was to the outside, and if I was looking at it correctly, I might say I might have missed it, like you just said, if it's double pane, that there was no glass on the inside, so they broke it to look like supposedly they were breaking in, but they were just staging it to have a broken window.
Well, yeah, and I want to. That's the whole thing. Okay, and there's two perspectives right there, just between two of us, not counting the whole world that's seen this. I never seen the door, the actual door that was broke into with the hammer. And here's another thing that gets me is it looks like there was somebody fixing to paint the house or at least a trim, because if you'll notice on the windows around the front door, when the cops beat on the door, they only know if they're at the right house for sure, 20 or 40.
Yeah.
And then you look around those little window lights, which is the glass on each side of the door, which their door is identical to mine. It's got blue painter's tape around the windows on the inside, on the glass.
Yeah.
They just haven't covered the actual window yet because they're letting light in, until they're ready to paint. But you don't put, so something just looks strangely odd. And then the way they were standing there when the door opened and the cops were standing there, it's not like they couldn't see the lights flashing outside of the door. So the bad guy supposedly would have known the cops were there and he'd have finished his job and tried to get the hell out.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he have got the job done, run out the back door and disappeared? No. He waits for him to open the door and then smacks him, and it's off screen. It does not look real to me. I'm sorry. Yes, Becky Justice, blue painter's tape.
Depends on how hard it was, it wouldn't take much to knock a person down, with a hammer.
No, you could bash the skull with one swing.
Yeah. And I guess when they got there, they were both upright and moving, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, they was just standing there like, oh, come on in. Just having a party. It basically what it looked like.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't look, it looks staged to me.
It probably was because they wanted to go out in a blaze of glory from her tenure in the house, and then with her husband getting hurt or whatever, it's going to help him out, ego-wise, the best word I can find at the moment, trying to do it here on the fly to keep the interest going.
Well, and think about this. Here's why I think it was staged after I got to thinking about it and looking at it. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't aggressive at first whatsoever. But here's why I say this. Because what happened 2 months before that, or a month and a half before that? Paul Pelosi got into a car wreck, wrecked his damn car off the side of a road, and had some little old gal in there. And it wasn't his wife. Wasn't his wife. So to get the attention off of that, what do?
Do something else.
Something else has to happen to get their attention off of it. And what happened? This. And then they wait. No, that kind of wore off. And the attention started going back towards him and his little female friend. Not saying they was doing anything. That's just what was in the car when he had his accident. They had both been drinking. Obviously, he got a DUI out of the damn deal. That creates a lot of heat in Congress. So you turn around, you make another one. Now play the victim. That's exactly right, Red. That's what it looks like to me. Because I'm sorry, I just don't. Something about that stinks. Grace Johnson, hello.
Speaking of Pelosi, have you heard of the Pelosi Act?
Yes, I have. I heard that today, or yesterday.
Okay, I got a 4-minute video from Dave Hodges here. If you want to look
we can play that, because that said Congress talking about it, isn't it?
Yeah, Congress is talking about it, and Dave Hodges elaborates a little bit on it, his opinion
Yeah,
and stuff.
share screen. I'll share it. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get her.
Okay, let me get here.
Grace Johnson, it's good to see you. I didn't see the drink in his hand, but yeah, no one ever seen Paul get hit with the actual hammer per se. You've seen the action of it, but you didn't ever see the actual impact, which that would be kind of scary to see. But it looked staged. I'm sorry, it's like this posing until the cops opened the door. And then all of a sudden it all started. All right, hang on. Yeah, they both should be in jail. Yeah, and see, Bart Keck, I did not see the drink in the other hand because somebody else, Meemaw Patriot, said he was holding a drink in his hand too. And I don't know what time of the day or morning or not. I know it was late at night, but I don't know what time it was. But yeah, just something didn't look right on that deal to me. But yeah, it was just. I'm going to tell you what. That is the worst theatrical show I've seen if it was a show. Now, if it was real life, both them boys are brave as they get. All right.
Okay, are you seeing it? Are you
Yeah, I
seeing
see
it?
down there. Yeah.
Okay.
A brief presentation here, but an important one nonetheless.
Is it echoing?
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Make this a little bigger.
Okay, I went full screen on mine.
Well, I can do mine too.
Yeah.
So that
Just
makes it a
letting you
little
know
bigger.
on my end on what it was.
No, you're good. Okay. Yeah, I used to watch him all the time.
Yeah, I still watch him. He's got some good shorts and all of that. His ain't really classified as shorts, but that's been his format for years. And once in a while, he'll get long-winded. Then he's got a paid service for $30 a year, which I'm subscribed to it. It's called the Common Sense Show.tv, and they got some real good stuff on it that YouTube would nuke it.
Yeah. See, used to he put that up, that Common Sense he had put out on YouTube until they got real. They yanked him down a time or two, so he quit putting it on there.
Then he started the Common Sense Show instead of .com.tv, but it's a paid deal, a cup of coffee a month, $2.99 a month or less is the deal, and I'm subscribed to it, but I haven't made it over there to watch.
I don't know about Nancy Pelosi.
Watch lately. I accidentally pushed it. Watch lately, but there's some good stuff and deep stuff like you and I have done in person and stuff, and backstage is what he does, Shane. It's Common Sense.tv, and like I say, it's $30 a year.
Well, and I don't blame him for charging because that shit's expensive to set up.
Yeah, all he does, he's got plenty of subscribers. All they're paying for, got money enough is for the bandwidth to keep him above water, but he's just wanting to share it to get it out to everybody that'll watch it so they'll know what's going on.
Absolutely, because Rumble's too hard to navigate and you can't watch his chat because he does interact with the chat occasionally.
Yeah.
The last time I don't know what he does on his other channel because I don't pay to watch it because
there's no active on the .tv side or anything. I think he's got the chat going on his streams on where he's been, but he don't really interact anymore or anything. But anyway, here it goes. The Pelosi Act, will it pass is the title.
All right.
Pelosi's double dipping in her job. So many politicians in Congress do the same thing. We're going to lay it out for you right here. We're going to talk about it in some detail. And listen to me. We are going to not take any prisoners. And this is something else we need to be involved in. My name is Dave Hodges. I'm the host of the Common Sense Show. We are the show that is freeing America one enslaved mind at a time. Thank you so much for joining us. And we are brought to you by Noble Gold. Noble Gold is the best if you want to save your retirement from confiscation. Janet Yellen's already made that promise. And also, too, if you want to diversify your income so you don't become victim to digital, you don't become victim to your bank closing and keeping your money, we can help you save your retirement by making it gold backed. Really important, people. Really important today. Noble Gold is the least aggressive business I've ever seen. I want to send you free material, but you'll have to call them because they want you to want this. They don't want to push you into anything. Completely ethical and above board and completely necessary. I am a customer of Noble Gold. That's why I can give this disclaimer card by the FTC in good conscience. Past earnings are no representation of future earnings, and any investment carries an inherent risk. Noble Gold has the best customer service, and like I said, I've been a customer for 4 years. All right, here's what you do. Send for your free material. Go to DaveHodgesGold.com. That's DaveHodgesGold.com. And when you look at it, oh, yeah, I can see at least 2 or 3 ways here they can help me. You call them, and they'll say, okay, any questions? And then you'll have to push them to close the deal. Seriously, I was shocked the first time I did business with them because I thought, okay, Mr. Hodges, do you have any questions now? Can we help you with anything else? Yeah, I'd like to do this. Oh, okay. Here's what we got to do. And that's how it will go for you too. DaveHodgesGold.com. All right. Nancy Pelosi. It's estimated she has made, her and Paul have made about $500 million in, shall we say, double dipping. And the double dipping has to do with insider trading. People in Congress who look at bills and stuff, they have knowledge. A lot of times things are passed along to them illegally, but you can't prove it. And they're told, well, if you pass this bill, we'll give you the tip on the stock when it breaks. How's that sound, Nancy? And she's made about $500 million. Well, there's a bill in Congress called the Pelosi Act, and it's going to outlaw the process. Do you think this has any chance of passing?
Nope.
I know you're going to think, well, Dave, what do you think? This is your show. My personal opinion is I think some of the people in Congress are sincere. Some of them really want to do a good job. But I think the majority of them are there to cash in, and they won't have enough votes to get it through. And because the name Pelosi's on it, and it serves as a discredit to her Democratic Party, all the Democrats will vote against it. They would vote against it anyway because they represent criminality. And I think there's enough rhinos that make money, doesn't have a chance in hell of passing. But it's a hell of an idea. Talk it up a little bit, raise awareness about how criminally corrupt this government is, because for every person we begin to convince, we can move forward with taking our country back. Hey, we have a great, it's so fun, clothing store and material store, merchandise store. And we sell
Keep the
things
ad,
like
Bruce.
shirts with our sayings on it, mugs and hoodies, and it's pretty cool stuff. Check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, skip the ads. We don't need them.
Yeah, that's the end anyway, right there.
Yeah. No, and what he was saying, I watched Congress do it, and I knew damn good and well when they called it the Pelosi Act, they had already shot themselves in the foot, but it is true. Because right before Pelosi stepped down, she had said that it is not against the law, and she was not going to condemn friends and family of Congress to not do stock trades.
Yeah.
In other words, we're not going to stop you from insider trading. Well, insider trading is illegal. There's been people put in prison for it. And even Martha Stewart got, leg shackled and confined to home for insider trading on her own money, on her own show. And she was trading with herself, and on her stocks, she was bidding the stocks.
Didn't have enough clout.
That's it. And people were sick of it because she was getting wealthy and no one else was. And they turned her ass in on her own damn company.
They probably asked for a kickback, and she said, "Go screw yourself," and that's when they pulled the trigger on her. Probably not saying that's
Oh,
what happened,
absolutely.
but the
Absolutely.
way things operate, I imagine that's what happened because she didn't want to play ball with the crooks.
Yep. Let me say hello to Bobcat. Hello. There's somebody else. Kim. I know I'm missing somebody. I've seen somebody else come in too. Maybe I didn't, but I was thinking I did. Anyway, if I've missed anybody, I sure apologize. I'm trying not to. But yeah, that Pelosi Act, I watched that, and I knew it was going to go nowhere. But you know what? It does raise the question. And that's why I say, as long as the Republicans are pushing for the things we know is bad, if here's the deal. If they wouldn't bring it up, a lot of people wouldn't understand that there is a problem out there and somebody's trying to bring it to light. And that's what you got to keep your eye on is the stuff they're trying to bring to light,
Yeah.
not the stuff that's already in the highlight, because it's already got its glory. Yeah, it's just a Bart Keck. I call it the New Babylon too. I call it that way too. Yeah, it's about the bloodlines. And here's a funny thing, Bart. If you'll go back and research, look at the bloodlines of all your most powerful congressmen and women, senates, and presidents. Go look at their bloodlines. They all trace back to, even Trump, they all trace back to some not so good people. Not saying they're bad. I'm just saying that there's just some, it's all been about bloodlines. I mean, and that goes throughout everything, even Hollywood.
Yeah. It's all connected way back. And
it goes back to what Mr. B's brought up that we some of the words that he had used and it got taken down. He didn't, but the words did that he put in the chat. It all goes back to them two companies too.
Yeah.
Because it's all involved. And they own stock in pretty much every major corporation there is. They've got their finger in everything. Yeah. Blue bloods. Yep.
Yeah, I got another one here from Roy Potter. And
Roy
it's
Potter.
Yeah.
Trying to think. I used to watch him.
Yeah, he's ex-military and things like that, and he gets kind of wound up at times. This is only a 4-minute video, and the name of it is UK Kidnaps for the Military. Basically, he's going to tell you that the people that have fled Ukraine into Poland and the bordering countries and stuff, he's trying to persuade them to take them into custody and return them back to Ukraine. That's the best way I can put it, but he explains it better, and he says it's that's probably what they'll do over here to watch things. But we'll.
Is it safe to watch, Bruce?
Yeah, it should be.
All right. Mr. B, let me address him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called inbreeding, and they do it for a reason. They want their bloodlines pure, no taint. When they say taint, that means outsiders. Becky Justice, I used to say the same thing, then come to find out I probably have got that bloodline, but I'm not going with it. Nuh-uh. Lover Girl, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, I know who Roy Potter is. Roy Potter, he'd go off on the deep end sometimes. I knew I knew that name.
He's been taken down and all that, and the powers that be do not like him and everything. So, but this is only about 4 minutes or so long, and everything. No commercials or nothing. He just tells it how it is, and they won't do anything, and he don't want it from them anyway.
Right. And I watched him quite a bit, and I have seen one or two where he's done some fear mongering. I'm not saying that's what he's doing here, but all I'm going to say is I do watch him occasionally. I don't try to keep up with him, But no, I know who he is. Once I seen his face on the screen, I knew, and we'll play it
Yeah,
because
and
he's not stupid, man. He's not stupid by
no,
no means. He's
69
highly
years, 69 years old, and hopefully I'm like him when I get that age. He's got me beat all the way around. He probably got a real age of the way he acts and what he does for around 40, 45 years old. You know, the man is, I admire him myself. You know, I admire him on what he knows and what he sees that's going on, because he's been frontline combat duty and everything like that, and knows military tactics and all of that. And he gives you a lot of insight on what things are going to be.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't remember how many years he spent, but he spent quite a few years in the military.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, here we go.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Hopefully this is going up. It's the 27th of January, 2023. I'm Roy Potter. Welcome as you come in. Hopefully we get a few people here so I know this thing is actually going up. Sorry about the background noise, but I felt like I needed to address this issue right away. If you remember when the Russian military, the Russian government here back in August and September, hi, thank you for letting me know 5x5, went to a mobilization of the reservists. In other words, basically the same as in the United States, the active and inactive reserve, primarily the inactive reserve in Russia, was activated and sent back to the military to begin retraining, getting ready for this entire situation that NATO is forcing on Russia. Well, if you remember in the American and European press, they were complaining and yelling about how horrible it was that Russia was conscripting soldiers, when these were actually reservists who were still under contract to be called back under the proper time or necessary time. It was not grabbing people off the street. There were apparently a few problems in the process, but by and large, it went very well. Okay. Well, you might even remember Newland and these people here talking about how horrible this was that Russia was doing this. Well, if you haven't heard, Ukraine is saying that all those military-age men, and now they include anybody from like 14, 15, 16, whatever, all the way up to nearly 70, that left the country, went to Poland or wherever, they are now saying that they want those countries to extradite those military-aged men. Again, they're not all military-aged men, they're just everybody, back to Ukraine. In other words, kidnapping them off the street and forcing them back to the country. And this is a democracy that our government wants to support. Again, I'm telling you, I'm worried about your daughters, your sons for sure too, but really for your daughters, because this could get out of hand. So now what's happened is that we also hear that the Ukrainians are going after the Hungarians that in the Transcarpathian region of Ukraine and forcing them into the military. So nobody complains about that in our government or our media. We actually see kidnapping by the Ukrainian government, people that wanted to leave, just like the Lugansk and Donetsk regions and all of those areas there that voted to leave Russia, and Ukraine and the Eastern NATO alliance or Western NATO alliance wants to force that area back into a place they don't want to be. Now we see the same Ukrainian government, backed by the Western NATO alliance, going after people that wanted to leave, wanted to be refugees out of this mess. And the Ukrainian government is kidnapping them and asking these foreign governments, these other governments, to extradite these people that don't want to have anything to do with this back into their country. Our government is supporting this illegal, criminal, evil government. And Victoria Nuland is the most evil woman, I think, at this point, probably even above, well, I can't say it's above Hillary Clinton, but damn near. Victoria Nuland has admitted to what they're doing. If you saw, I probably ought to put up the information that Alex Christoforou put up this morning about her testifying to Senate and what she said to Rand Paul. She is an evil witch. She deserves to go straight to the lake of fire in hell. Well, I thought I'd let you know what's going on. This is really bad. Everyone supports this crap. Think what they're going to do to your kids. Okay, just think about it. Out here.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I've watched him several times. Like I said, he did a little bit of fear mongering there for a while off and on. It wasn't bad. It was just, in my eyes back then, he was such a believable guy. It really made you go, damn, what the hell is going on? But he was involved with some of that, Pentecost,
Mormons.
Yeah, that and
Now he ain't got no use for the Mormons or anything like that on what they do. Find some of his other stuff that's short and sweet, and he just, I don't know exactly how to put, but he comes down and he is very bold on what his thought process is, and there ain't no reason not to believe the guy. He's been around the block or two, and he's pretty dead-gum sharp and knows what to look for and what he does.
Yeah, I was watching on YouTube one day and I seen this commercial pop up, these infomercials.
Yeah.
And he was doing one and it was about some guns or something. But he was doing one about guns. And I was like, damn, I see this guy everywhere.
Yeah.
Nutmeg, hello. Once again, good to see you. You only missed about an hour of it, Nutmeg. You're all right.
Let me see
You're
what
all right.
else. Let me see
The
what
first
else.
40 minutes was kind of lame, so
Let me see what else I can find here that might be of interest and everything.
Discernment Falls. I never said the guy lied. That's for sure. I just said it was some of it come across as fear mongering a little bit there for a while when it was in the heat of the moment when everybody was up in arms about prepping and all that stuff. It got a little heated. His debates, but I never called him a liar. I just like, man, this and that was been 2 years ago.
Yeah, he has biblical studies and everything too on kind of what you're wanting to, research also, Shane, is the Hebrew and things like that. He gives a few lessons on some of the characters and what they really mean and the words that go with them and stuff like that. You might get on his channel and kind of look at some of it. Sometimes they go for 15, 30 minutes to an hour and a half and stuff on some of his biblical lessons and stuff. But I think it's something that you could absorb and get some more knowledge on what you're wanting to know about that language.
Yeah, and I've been taking courses on Hebrew.
Yeah.
And here's the deal. It's not a difficult language as the alphabet goes. Now, as the verbiage and what the alphabet stands for,
yeah,
that's the tricky part. And so it's taken me, I've watched it. This was about 45 minutes long. It's taken me 3 times to watch. But I really do want to learn Hebrew and how to speak it because I want to be able to go to the old text, the original text of the Bible and read it for myself because you're going to skip of anything that may have been changed throughout the centuries till then. And I'm sure that it's probably not, let me say this correctly. It's probably not that any of it's been manipulated, but it is a book made by man. And Hebrew is one of the oldest languages of the Word of God that you can find.
Oh, yes.
It's the oldest, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why I've been trying to learn it.
A lot of it is with the characters and stuff. They don't have an alphabet like we got. It's more pictograph, and they put the letters together and associate the pictures on what they're talking about.
And it reads from left to right, not right to left.
Right to left is the Hebrew, and we read from left to right.
No, we read from right. Yeah, left to right. You're correct. Yeah, I said it backwards. You're correct.
Yeah, but that's how they do it and stuff like that. Another one to watch sometimes on a Bible lessons and stuff is Israeli News Live, because he's got I haven't been looked for the program, but he's got the Hebrew on one side and the English on the other side of each Bible verse on his computer, and that might help you too. Just got to watch and try to figure out which one he's using and get that for your deal on what you're wanting to do to help you coordinate on what we say, along with the visuals and all of that from the original and everything.
Yeah, and then you got to take into consideration, when you're reading something that old and literature that old, words had different meanings back then.
Yeah.
See, so now you're looking into definitions of the word from back then, and so it's almost like what you call a rabbit hole, because if you're not grown up in them times and you're not familiar with it, it can be, to get the full understanding is a very tricky. Because if I'm going to go back and learn how to speak Hebrew and read it, then I also got to understand the definitions of words, because they have changed. And so it's it can be very tricky. And I was never good at what do they call that in English? They give you the words and then their definition. I was never real good at remembering
comprehension.
Yeah.
You feel comfortable about watching one about the domino machines? It's 3 minutes. Where they outlawed them in Northern California.
No, we cannot watch it. Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, not yet. That is a trigger that will. Yeah.
Okay, let me see what else I can find here then.
Yeah, entertain the chat for a second while I run to the gentleman's room, and I'll be right back.
Okay, let me get over there so I can read it.
All right.
Yeah, I've been going through my watched videos and stuff in my history to see what all's there. I watch some good stuff sometimes, and that sometimes I download it, sometimes I don't, and everything. I can just kind of do what we're doing tonight and everything.
Absolutely.
Chad, if you enjoy what I'm doing here, shoot me a 1 and let me know. If not, shoot me a 2, and trying to figure out a different format here and stuff, and maybe get some more information to you that might be of interest and all of that. If you guys are enjoying this or would like it, just let us know if you would, please.
Yeah, I'll step away with that note. You've got it. It's all on you.
Thank you. Thanks, Grace. Okay, that'll be good. Discernment files and everything. You kind of listen to Shane on what's tolerable and what isn't. You'll just come on up and learn how to share the screen and all of that from your computer. Or if you're not comfortable doing that, just drop it in the private chat when you're on panel and all of that, and we can see what we can do from there and everything. So thanks, Q City Lady. Hope it's all informative for you. It's kind of something. I watch a little bit of everything. It ain't all current events or anything like that, but it's just stuff that kind of pertains to what we could really have come about and everything. So thought I'd just do some sharing and stuff, kind of help Shane out here with topics and stuff. So we try not to run out of things to talk about and everything. And we could just get the restrictions lifted a little more, we could have a good old time, couldn't we, Shane?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And discernment, if you want to come up, I will see if Red will drop my link for me. Yeah, if you're a mod, I didn't realize I didn't have you. I can do it. It's pretty tough. There's a link that Red just dropped if you just want to pop up. I don't think you'll get beat up too bad for coming up.
Well, I can be up here the way I'm.
What's
Yeah,
that,
if I can be up here the way I'm feeling, like crap and everything, if he's feeling better than me, there should be no problem and all of that. And I get a kick out of him anyway. He's kind of comical, and the wisecracks and all of that are pretty good.
Oh,
Come
yeah.
on up. Come on up, discernment. We'll have a good time here, buddy.
Yeah, there, I've got room, and the link is dropped. There he is. He ain't wasting no time. That man's on a mission. Discernment, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Here's the deal with my mods. I pulled a lot of them back because if you get too many damn mods, no more than people than I have that come in and watch, they start stepping on each other's toes because everybody's got a different opinion about different people because they've seen them somewhere else that did something wrong. Over here, as long as you treat my panel, my chat, and my mods good, you're good. But you know, I've got a few that come in and stir a little bit of crap with some of my mods and some of my chatters. Hey, your beef somewhere else is not your beef here. You know, leave that shit at your door, not at my door. So I don't, like I said, I try not to. Yeah, Justin, give me just a minute and I'll bring you up, buddy. I want to hear what discernment has to say. I haven't let him talk yet. He just got here. All right, go ahead, discernment.
I'm all right. How's everybody doing?
I noticed you shaved your Santa Claus off.
I trimmed my beard. It got too long. I couldn't paint with it.
You can paint with your beard.
I've been painting that some bitches down the ear. It's like, I guess they could take the paint out of it.
Just make sure it's
You
white
don't
paint.
wanna-
You'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be back for next Christmas. Don't worry.
Yeah, you don't feel like doing any abstract discernment?
Yeah, no.
That's called texturing.
It get much bigger. I'd be seeing little critters trying to make a home in there or something.
Oh,
You'd have
no.
squirrels coming out.
Yeah, it was pretty long.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see you. It's been a few days.
Yeah. Well, Bruce was playing some videos. I got a couple of good ones.
Okay. Yeah, if I can get away with it, let's get her.
Okay, it might take me a while. I'm going to take off my camera.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, man.
Unless I'm interviewing a really good guest, I usually don't turn my camera on. But when it comes to special guests, and I'm not saying these people ain't special. I'm just saying these people are my friends. Everybody knows what I look like. So, as long as, now, like some of them, I will turn my camera on because I want to make sure that they know that I'm paying attention because I don't have them very often. And Kim, that is awesome feat, Shane. Good for you. I don't understand your first one, Kim, but your second one, okay. Yeah, Rogue's a good guy. Oh, yeah, Justin. I don't have a problem with you. Just give me a few minutes. Let discernment get his put out. I don't know where in the hell he got his damn avatar from, but that's about an evil-looking avatar. Bruce, you still with us, bud? Hey, Bruce, you still with me? He must have froze up.
He's mute.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to you.
Not.
Yeah, you're. I can hear you now.
Have you heard what they're trying to do in Colorado, Shane?
In where? You're breaking up, Bruce.
Yeah. Okay,
I-
Colorado.
Yeah, you're still breaking up there,
Speed.
buddy. Reboot your system. Come back up. Maybe you'll grab a little better reception.
Okay, how about that? That one better?
Yes, much better. Okay, now what was you saying? Have I heard about the what now?
Okay, I was on my 2.4 gig. I went up to 5.
Okay. Anyway, what was you saying now?
What to do in Colorado?
You're breaking up again, Bruce. What the hell's going on? You've never been this bad.
I have no idea.
Okay, I heard that perfect.
Okay, can you? Okay, have you heard what's going on in Colorado on the Second Amendment, on what they're going to try to do there?
No, I have not. I haven't heard what Denver's
Okay,
gonna
this
do,
is
or
another one by
Colorado.
Hodges. It's 11 minutes. The title of it is Colorado set to pass a de facto gun confiscation.
Yeah, well, that ain't gonna work.
And basically what it is, you're supposed to have receipts for all your guns, even from 100 years ago, that they belong to you.
Yeah, and here's the deal. And then they said it was a buyback. You know, Biden pushed the buyback, was trying to push it. Well, for one, he never owned them. So how in the hell can it be a buyback?
No,
So
this
that went
one here
through.
in Colorado,
What's that now?
if you don't have a receipt for you, yeah, this bill here, what they're trying to do in Colorado is if you ain't got a receipt for your gun and they look at it and try to match up paperwork, and if you ain't got documentation, they confiscate it.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, but
As long
that's
as
what
you're
they're
not a
trying to
felon,
do.
well, in Colorado, screwed up if they're allowing that. Colorado needs to shoot that down because even the Colorado Constitution doesn't allow for that crap.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they're trying to do in Colorado. It's about 11 minutes long. If you want me to do it, fine. If not, that's about the gist of what's going to happen or what they're
Yeah,
trying to do.
no, let's don't play that. Let's just hear the outcome whenever that supposedly
Okay.
goes one way or the other, because I have a feeling, you know, that's going
Okay.
to involve Denver, and Denver's going to involve a three-letter agency that's probably already listened to us anyway. So we really don't want to.
Now, let me
slap
check my
them on their
speed
wrist.
here. We're all chopping out for some reason.
Yeah, I think that might be on your end because I'm watching some of my other screens, and you're the only one cutting out real bad. Yeah, Colorado's messed up.
Yeah, it's been throttled back for some reason. Let me see what the deal is here.
Yeah, it could be your service provider too. It's Friday night, and all
Yeah.
the kids may be bouncing on.
Yeah.
Because that used to screw with me until I went to this big bandwidth, which is cost me $100 a month, but I don't have any problems anymore.
Yeah, that's what I've got. This is the first problem I've had being live, Shane.
It is.
First problem, this here is like it's supposed to have 1 gig up and 1 gig down, and I shouldn't have no problems whatsoever, but somehow or another right now it's not too bad.
Yeah, you're doing good right now.
Of course, I'm not directly hardwired into my computer. It's all Wi-Fi and all of that, but this is the first time I've had problems, and everything right now it looks pretty good and everything.
Yeah, I'm not hardwired into my computer either. They said if I would, I'd be even faster. But
yeah,
the guys that come hooked up my NID and all my internet.
Yeah.
This last time when I had it changed, and the guy that he broke out of his iPhone, and he says, "Yeah, you got 274 of upload, 262 of download, or download and up and income and outgoing." And then they checked my computer, and it was like 374. He says, "I don't know how in the hell that happened, but you got more than we do."
Yeah.
And these guys work with a damn internet company.
I've got an older computer over here beside me, and all that. I think the network card in this workhorse that I got here, the old one's always reading faster than what it is. So I bought me one of those little dongles and plugged it into the USB, which has helped some.
Right.
But I think it's just difference in machinery. The other one's a Dell, and this one here's the Asus. So, like I
Yeah,
said,
that H2 she's got some nice some again. I've seen it right here in my own home.
yeah, but it's not doing as good, throughput as the Dell does. I got a TP Link I'm using now, the external that I plugged in the USB, but internal it's MediaTek. And on my Dell, it's a Realtek card. And the Realtek is the fastest one I've got. So I don't know what's going on or anything with it. But coming through what they told me up here, Ideatech, is when you're coming off of Wi-Fi, through the air like we're doing, that it gets about 50% of what the actual speed is off of the router. The hard wire will,
Yeah, right.
is one reading, that's actual, but you go through the Wi-Fi and everything, it's about 50% less of what's actually coming through. But
Yeah, it gets diluted.
Yeah, this is the first time I've had trouble with it. So
Yeah, that's the first time I heard it. Let me say one thing before, and I want to let Discernment get on to what he's got.
okay.
I want to address a few things. Kim says, Rogue, have you ever watched Glenn Beck? 2 is Daddy. Hello. Hillbilly at Heart. Good to see you, buddy.
Hello,
Always
everyone.
welcome. Kim says, love Discernment.
Hi, Kim.
So anyway, it's good to see everybody coming in here, hanging out. Like I said, we'll hang out for a while. And
Yeah, I watch Glenn Beck once in a while and everything else like that. I used to watch him when he was on Fox all the time, and he was making some waves big time, and he needed to until they squashed him and all of that and everything, because the people that were working against him had deeper pockets than him, and Fox didn't want to be left out as the red herring.
okay.
Yeah, I've got that video ready. I've never done this before on somebody else's channel. I've got it pulled up. What do I do?
I see it. All I got to do is hit that. It'll pull it up on here. And then all you got to do is you got to run the play.
Oh,
If there's any commercials, just skip the commercials.
There's no commercial. There's no copyright. You don't have no problem.
All right.
It's a
All right,
public, public video.
Yep. It's a little more difficult when you're on your own show and doing it, but it's only just 2 more steps, which ain't hard once you do it once.
Well, I just have to pull them up. Yeah.
See, it's simple there.
It's not some science fantasy effect from 2001. This electronic display, emanating from Australia's largest computer, is a picture of the condition, past, present and future of planet Earth. The program was originally devised by a scientist working from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Jay Forrester. It was developed under the auspices of the Club of Rome by an MIT research team to present a complex model of the world and what we humans are doing to it. The program, called World One, doesn't pretend to be a precise forecast. What it does for the first time in man's history on the planet is to look at the world as one system. It shows that Earth cannot sustain present population and industrial growth for much more than a few decades. It shows that simply cleaning up our car exhausts and making some small effort to limit our families simply isn't enough. It's like an electronic guided tour of our global behavior since 1900 and where that behavior will lead us. Well, this is the printed version of what we've just seen on the television screen. And what looks at first to be just a maze of computer characteristics is really a system of very simple graphs which project what's going to happen to the planet over the next 150 years if we don't do something drastic to stop it. Down the left-hand side of the graph is the date, 1900, 1940, 1980, 2020, right down to 2060. Now, each of these lines of letters represents a curve showing some aspect of the condition of the planet. The further out this way they go, the greater that figure is, the further this way, the less. For example, P represents population. So here it is at 1900, and then it comes up to 1940, it starts to take off. Here we are at 1980, up to the turn of the century, and then it starts to peter off. Let's now have a look at this next curve, the Q curve, which is the quality of life. And this is represented by, for example, the amount of space people have, the amount of money they have to spend, the amount of food they have to eat. Now, it increases rapidly up to 1940, but from 1940 on, the quality of life diminishes. And here we are about the turn of the century, and we come up to the year 2020, and it's really come right back. More people, of course, means that you start to chew up your supply of natural resources. And this is this curve here, the N curve. And it shows that slowly but steadily, the pool of natural wealth in the world, natural resources, minerals, oil, and so on, is slowly but steadily diminishing. So this is the situation. As population increases, the quality of life decreases, and the supply of natural resources decreases. But have a look at this curve here. This is called the Z curve, and it represents pollution. Now, predictably enough, as the population increases up to 1980, pollution increases. There's more rubbish. But from 1980 to the year 2020, pollution really takes off. This is assuming, of course, that we don't do anything about it. So the year 2020, the condition of the planet starts to become highly critical. And if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist. Well, hopefully, of course, it won't be allowed to happen. But it's taken this kind of shock treatment to nudge governments into doing something, and slowly we are. We're starting to clean up our atmosphere. We're starting to recycle our rubbish. We're doing something positive about population control. But so far, our efforts have really been just a drop in the ocean.
Yeah, that video is that was from 1973 when they put that out. That was a prediction of where they think it would go at the current rate at where it's growing at that time. But what they didn't take into consideration is the recycling of materials and turn them, instead of just creating more trash, they're taking this trash now a lot of places and recycling the plastics into car panels, door panels, dashes, all kinds of they melt it down, they sell it to these people that have 3D printers, they're reprinting it for other things. That's where a lot of this stuff is going. So I don't think that's going to be accurate anymore. But in 1973, I can understand where they're coming up with that. And the two gentlemen right at the end, they had just sayings, the clips on their name, like Albert Kunis. If I'm not mistaken, Albert Kunis was highly intelligent and had a lot of good information that went against the status quo. And the gentleman before him, Dro, I think it was his name, he was the same way. And he's not telling everybody to run out and break the law, but what he is saying is it goes back to, you know, when you got a tyrannical government, you've got to, if you got the ability, then you have the rights to take it back over. And that's what we need to do. We need to take the government back over because it's taking over us. Overpopulation's a myth. It is. The only thing that's overpopulated is big cities. And there's a reason everybody wants to live in a big city. Because they don't have to do farm work. They don't have to do ranch work. They want to go in, sit in an office job and do, okay. Some of them don't want to. That's just where they was born and where they was raised. They don't know no better. But somebody has to produce the food. Somebody has to produce the cattle. Somebody has to do the work. And that's where us rural people that live out here in the middle of nowhere come in. So, and it's not overpopulated. You get into mid-Texas, you get in parts of Oklahoma, you get in parts of Kansas. We could double our size in population from 330 to 660, and we would not be overpopulated. I'm sorry. The only thing that's overpopulated is the East Coast, West Coast. That's it. You got a few down south, but that's it. The only thing, yeah, Red is right. The only thing overpopulated is the political realm. And that is true.
It's their imagination.
Yeah, and that's it.
And
Big
greed.
government is big problems.
Their imagination, and it's all for greed to line their pockets.
Oh, absolutely. That's the only thing they care about. Power and money. Discernment, go ahead. What you got,
Well,
bud?
there were some key words in there. Did you see how they say to control the population?
Yep.
So that is probably really the start of all this climate change. You know, that was the start of their brainwashing.
And you know what, Discernment, I'm not going to disagree with that. I really believe it coming before that.
Yeah,
But
MIT, you see that? They were the ones running it. So,
Yep.
you know, they probably started before, but they were, you know, getting pretty aggressive with the scare.
Yeah, because then they had a digital printout of a projected outcome. And they called them models. So they had a model of what it could look like at the same projected rate that it was at that moment.
Who were the
So,
ones?
yeah, I believe that.
Who were the ones behind the scenes that financed it with deep pockets for that to come out like that too?
Why do you think everybody gets pushed to go to MIT if you don't have a college degree? Hello? It's called programming. Is that not right, Discernment?
Yeah, New York City was supposed to be underwater by now in the 70s, they'd say.
Yeah, New York City was supposed to be like, what is that, France? The whole two bottom stories are supposed to be underwater.
Yeah, all the glaciers are supposed to be gone by now.
Oh, yeah. And get this. We're supposed to lose all our beaches and this was in 1999, within 20 years was going to lose all our beaches. And the problem is our beaches are actually bigger now than they were then. We're supposed to lose 1.5 inches of beach per year. And we have gained 2 inches per year.
Yeah.
I don't think it's global warming. I think there's a different problem. It's
All
called
the rich-
consumption.
All the richest people in the world live on the ocean.
East and west. Yes,
So
they
you
live
know
on the
they're
east and
full of
west coast.
shit.
You know, here's the deal. Mr. Big Ears, Obama, had to go out, the gall to come out and say, yeah, the East Coast will be wiped out eventually soon. So he goes and buys a place on Martha's Vineyard. So what is he destined? Is he just wanting to die, or is he a
Goes right
liar?
over people's heads, obviously, I guess. Right? That's a perfect example. Like I say, all the rich people live right on the ocean. So
Oh, yes. Kim, I'm trying to find what you'd said earlier. That's how they all got our little cars. I had.
I've got some other one. I've got some old war propaganda that's pretty fun to watch.
All right, guys, you're gonna have to give me a second because I have if he's still in here, I have told Justin he can come up for a little bit.
Sure.
So, Red, if you will drop the link for Justin TV, I need to let him come up for a little bit because I told him I would, and then we'll go back to our conversation. Let's see and say hello to Justin.
Hey, Shane.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh.
What happened to Raw?
To Bruce? I don't know. I heard him. He said, "Hey, Shane." I said, "Yeah," and he clicked the button and was gone.
I got super internet here.
He says, "Device not connected," so I don't know what happened.
I got 500 per second.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, I don't know what mine is right now. I haven't looked, but I hope he's okay. Man, he said he wasn't feeling the best. Yeah, but if Justin's still here, Justin TV, say hello, and we'll pop you up here.
Yeah, come on up. We won't bite.
No, hell no. I don't know what happened to Bruce. I hope he's okay.
It could have been a system connection, you know. I mean, these days.
Yeah, let me shoot him a text.
Yeah, everything's real secure, Shane. No, don't worry about it. They can hack your freaking power station, the bank,
Oh yeah,
whole companies.
and then they're wanting more. Then they're wanting more control by taking and putting us, into a digital world where they can just yank your money away if they don't agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, well, go out and buy some Bitcoin. Yeah, they keep pushing that, right?
Oh yeah,
Watch, I guarantee you that's all going to get deleted somehow.
that digital money is going to get us all in trouble if we all
I
go there.
guarantee it.
I don't have a good feeling about that.
There's a
Meemaw
lot of
Patriot,
it.
once again, happy birthday and have a good night, girl. Get you some good rest. I wish I could make you a cupcake or something to send you to bed on, but we're a bit far away.
Well, I can't say it's not feasible. I mean, if they can shut down several power stations, right?
Oh yeah.
Remember when they
Absolutely.
shut down, what was it, North Carolina?
Oh yeah. Yep, I do.
I don't forget about stuff like that.
Yeah, I watched something today about they had strategic shutdowns going on purpose due to I can't even remember their excuse. I watched today and it was just like, yeah, it's just no BS. So I just quit even watching the rest of it.
Yeah, ransomware.
Yep.
So they
We
take
can
over
lose
your
them
whole computer and you can't do anything with your company until you pay them the ransom. Now, how many times has that happened we haven't heard about?
Oh, I know it. Grace Johnson says we could lose Wall Street. If people's highly invested in it, I would feel bad for them. But losing Wall Street would be the best thing that ever happened in the United States. In my eyes.
Maybe that's the excuse they're looking for.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They kind of training us that, oh yeah, geez, they're shutting down power stations digitally.
Yep. And it's all for reasoning. They say it's going to be strategic. They're doing it for tests or some crap. And I can't remember what they said they was doing. Testing our capabilities. I can't remember all what they said. And I was like, yeah, this is bullshit. That's a lie.
You're buttering us up for the slaughter.
Yeah, Grace Johnson, I've got issues with the Statue of Liberty myself. Liberty, yes, anything that D-Dog, you are correct. Let's lose all federal bank backed banks. Yes. Yeah. If it says FDIC on it, I don't like dealing with it. That's why I started getting into other commodities that's solid that I actually have. I can hold my physical hand. I don't trust banks. I'm sorry. I do not. I put enough in there to pay my bills that have to be paid online because some places won't take anything but that. And it's easier to do. Other than that, nothing goes in my accounts. Nothing. I have solid commodities, whether it be land, property, you name it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, yeah, devil dog. I like that one. FDC banks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all the banks should be. It should go back to the way it was. The bankers back in the day. Not say went back in the day. Even the early 1900s weren't too terribly bad at the time until after 1940, or actually 1930. But the bankers, you put your money in the bank, and it'd be there when you want to go pull it out. You pull out if you had $100,000 back then in there, you go pull out $100,000. Now you go in there, and let's say you put in a check let's say an insurance check, $48,000. I know because I got one. I was in a car wreck, and that's what it paid me. And the next day, I went to pull it out because I was going to make an investment and buy a home. That bank had to give me a cashier's check for all but $9,000, and $9,000 cash is all it could give me. Having all that damn money I just put in there. Oh, it was in a check form. They don't hold that much cash. So they give me a cashier's check for another bank. Now, granted, it didn't cost me nothing. But still, it's like, you put your money in a bank, and they don't even have the money to cover your own money. That's one person, 48,000. Excuse me. That bank's supposed to have some kind of backing in that bank to back every dollar that comes in. And that's why it says FDIC approved or backed, because they rely on the federal government to bail their asses out if something happens. And if they don't, then they go upside down. You lose everything in there. And that's why they only guarantee, if you got $1 million in there, they only guarantee $250,000. It's all a crooked scheme.
Yeah, don't lose your credit card. I did that, and they freeze your account because if they don't, they'll say you're liable. I couldn't use my money for like 10 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, you lose that thing.
Bruce, drop completely out and reboot. That may solve it. That's what I had to do one night. Just drop completely out, reboot, and then I'll let you back up. Justin's on here. Devil Dog, if you got time, you want to come up? I got a few minutes.
Yeah, it's almost 9, huh? Jeez. Whew.
Do what now?
That didn't take long.
No, hell no. Well, I got a while. I mean, and every time he goes to come up, I tell him, I'll go on about 20 minutes. Hell, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, we're still on air. It's all good tonight. I don't care.
That's the scribe. I call him the scribe.
Well, yeah. It's a jester. That's what he is a jester from back in the Camelot days. Hand me my letter, please. So anyway, like I said, it is Friday night, and I'm in no hurry.
No, I've been just relaxing. It's been a rough week for me, so I'll sleep good tonight. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I finally got some sleep last night. It had been 3 or 4 days. I hadn't had shit for sleep,
Yeah, they sent my boss to Seattle, Washington. I said, well, when's my friggin' training? Because that's where we're based out of.
Is where?
Outside of Seattle, Washington. I can't remember the name of the town. Some little cornball town.
Pioneer Spirit, hello, and you're living down in Texas.
Yeah, well, they're nationwide, so but they
Oh, okay.
pick employees and you do training and stuff. They fly you to Washington State.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my boss. Yeah, free vacation, 9 days off, paid, everything by the company. Shit,
Yeah.
hey, I could handle that.
As long as you don't get shipped up there
Believe
to buy it.
I've told them. And I asked how they do it. They say, well, they just pick certain employees they get reports on or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, no, apparently D-Dog's not wanting to come up, so.
Yeah, come on up. Is that the Jason one to come up?
That's at D-Dog.
D-Dog.
Yeah, he's in here. Yeah, it's hard to
Here
catch him.
comes trouble.
It's hard to catch. Yeah, it's hard to catch him when he's not busy because.
Let me go grab my Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, he quit eating Pop-Tarts.
No.
Yeah, he did.
Really?
Yeah. Bruce says drop the link. He'll see if he can get back in.
What's he eating now?
I don't think he's eating anything. All I'm seeing is him drinking the Diet Pepsi.
Huh. No more.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Shit.
I don't even know if he's still got his little goldfish thingies that he was eating. Just kibbles and bits or whatever the hell it was. I don't know what the hell it was. I ain't seen him around here.
Is there nothing left in the world? No Pop-Tarts?
Hell no. Hell, it's all nothing but synthetic food.
Maybe that's why.
I think it was something to do with that, yeah. Bruce, there's a link.
He read the label.
Yeah, no shit. He finally decided to read something other than the damn book.
Boy, they got some weird ones, though. You know, bringing purple frosting with lime green and all this shit. It's like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you go to the bathroom and you go, God, what did I eat last night? Because that ain't coming out the right color.
yeah. I like
Hey,
plain
Jim
brown
Boswell.
sugar cinnamon. That'll work.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Jim Boswell, hello. Good to see you. It's been a few days.
Okay, hi, Jim.
Been a few days.
Yeah, I didn't really know anything about that Jeff thing. I was like, what?
I didn't either. I got a text. I had heard about it Saturday and got a text in there. And then Monday, I got a text that he's okay. And people are asking me, like I said, I got a call this morning. I have no friggin' clue what's going on, if it happened, if it really didn't. I don't know. I text Jeff and I text Mike with Liberty Warrior.
I almost guarantee he doesn't even know about it. That's happened to me.
Yeah. So
he hears something back. As soon as it gets back around the circle, it's like, what the hell are you talking about?
yeah, that's me. And someone said my name was getting drugged through the mud because I was in on that conspiracy with him. And I'm like, I didn't know there's a conspiracy. Someone got shot from what I heard. I don't have a freaking clue.
I'm telling you. You know that old kids game telephone?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
so true.
Yep.
It starts out as one thing. You know,
Yeah.
it could have been something totally nothing. And by the time it gets around 10 people, he's shot.
Oh, yeah. It's a nuclear war by then.
Yeah.
All right, D-Dog, I see you're busy. It's all good. It's all good. Bruce, good to see you back, bud. Did you figure out what was going on?
No, I got a USB deal down here. It connects, disconnects real fast and all of that. I don't know what the heck happened, but I still had audio from StreamYard, but no video from StreamYard.
Okay.
Anything like that. And I dropped completely out on the outbound and things, but I don't know what happened, but I'm back now. I just want to ask you and everybody in the chat, have you guys seen a map called the New Navy map?
The new Navy map. I have not seen the new one. No.
Okay, let me show it to you. This is supposed to what's supposed to happen after earthquakes, climate change, and all this good stuff, and everything on what the U.S. could look like and everything. And it's very interesting to see, believe me.
Well, I seen that one several years
one that
back where it
splits the
showed the
country.
Mississippi and the fault line there, which is what would they call it? The Madrid fault line is it would split down that fault line and join in with the Mississippi and make United States two separate entities, because it would be matter of fact, the east side of Oklahoma would be oceanfront property.
Yeah,
So,
I got
I've
it
seen
up
that.
there. I got it up there now. So is it coming through?
Yep, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to look
Oh,
like, guys.
You dropped it. Put it back up there.
Oh, okay. Hang
Yeah,
on.
put it back up there because it dropped on. I don't know if you hit something or what.
Yeah, I had a window open. I thought was nothing. It must have been that. Here we go. Let's try it again. Okay, window. There we go. That ought to do it.
Okay, let me make my screen bigger.
Yeah.
Well, that's showing a little different than I originally seen a different one, but yes, that's pretty close.
Look
Yeah,
what happens.
California's gone, all the way up to half of Colorado's gone. Yeah,
Yeah.
part of the mountains. I don't know what happened in this part of the mountain. See, that's what's the trick of it.
That's the continental divide of the mountains there towards us. It's too high for it to go over there, but the west of the continental divide, that's when they have the inundation and everything. So, and then, like you say, the New Madrid goes from the Great Lakes clear down to the Gulf.
Yep.
And
So does the Mississippi, and it's right along the side of it.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the Mississippi goes from the Great Lakes clear to the Gulf, and that's the New Madrid Fault there that opens up and lets everything come in and all of that. So, and things that I think I'm like you, Shane. I've seen one where Florida has a little more underwater than the southern tip, but it kind of gives
I did too. And I just wonder what that big old part of land is floating out there right off the east coast there would be. I can understand that islands out there where it used to be California because that's the hilly country. But what is that out there, that big old blob right out there on the east coast from, Virginia and, well, basically from Maryland down to damn near the tip of Florida that's left? What is that?
You ever heard of Bimini Road?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what the hell it is.
Stairway to Atlantis.
Really?
Yep, I think Atlantis is out there somewhere in the Atlantic.
Well,
I
Okay,
think.
let me ask you another question. What's that another right off the coast of Florida, just, a few clicks out? What is that small glip?
I don't know. It's not that detailed, but I'm just throwing crap out there and see if it'll stick. But I think that big one might be the Bimini Road's out there somewhere, and everything. Have to look at it and see where it actually is, but it's out there someplace and everything.
Well, here's why I asked the question.
And part
If
of
the
it's
waters, let's say we have the earthquakes and it splits it, and the waters rise high enough to get into these inlets where they split, which it wouldn't take much,
no.
but it widens let's say the Mississippi, which is right along the side of the Madrid fault line, which is where all the nuclear plants are.
Yep.
Okay, you're going to have a couple problems there. Now you're going to have water contamination, all that crap. But if the water's low enough, it's going to show the stairwell to Atlantis, I don't think it would split the nation in half and cover all the way up to half of Colorado, Utah, Arizona. It would be in my thinking, but that's just wild, crazy thinking on my end, I guess. I just don't understand the two, because half of South Carolina's gone, or not South Carolina, but Georgia
Yeah.
from water. Half South Carolina's gone, some of North Carolina.
Yeah, probably is going to depend on the
Damn it.
elevation of what's out there where they're at. Let me go here and
Discernment, what happened to you, bud? Come back up. Oh, okay. He's got to drop off. Good night.
but that's just some of the stuff that I just trying to think of and everything else like that. So, but thought that was pretty interesting the first time I seen it clear up there, towards Idaho and Washington and
Well, and
Oregon.
see, that makes me wonder if there's an earthquake and it's going to hit, wouldn't it get all the way up into Yellowstone?
Yep.
Okay. It's not
You
showing
know-
that on this map.
If you notice, right there around Wyoming and stuff,
Uh-huh.
it would be close on the
Because
southern.
if it breaks, it's going to break all the way up into there.
Yeah.
If that one. So see, there's a few questions I'd have about whoever put this map out, and that's what I had with the other one. Now it was right down there where it hits Arkansas. Arkansas on the last one was half gone.
Yeah. Let me see what else I can find. This is just one here. Let me go back here and see if I got any different ones.
Anyway, yeah, no, that's fine. So I won't be on here much longer. But, as long as we're on here, we'll. Like I said, there's some of that stuff that would be, you see things occasionally in. Yeah, if Yellowstone blows up, Grace Johnson, yeah, it would take out a big portion. But if it's just a fault line that cracks, it's going to make Yellowstone give way. But I don't think it'll blow. I think it's just going to blow down the water coming through, because it would split damn near to Yosemite. So that's just going to give it an open path to run instead of blowing, because it's going to be able to vent that way. That would keep it from blowing. And maybe the earth was designed that way so it wouldn't ever blow and kill the world off. Because if Yosemite blows completely, it will destroy pretty much the world. It would be cloud coverage for years to come, which would kill off the plant life, which would kill off the animals, which would kill off us. Jim, I don't grow nuclear plants yet. Well, by God, that's probably a good thing. Yeah, California oranges would be extinct. Yeah, we get a lot of oranges from Mexico though too, in Florida, the Georgia peach. We get them from Georgia. Yeah, no more Smokey the Bear. Yeah, his job's kind of rendered useless after that, isn't it? Strawberries from Florida. Yeah. There's, like I said, 90% of our produce, fruit produce, I say 90. Let me rephrase it. 60% of our produce, from what I have seen when I was a produce manager, comes out of Mexico. Now, there is quite a bit grown here in the United States, which we would have enough to supply ourselves here in the United States. But why the United States buys so much from Mexico because they got such an over and abundant, we can buy it cheap. And then we sell it to other countries. So other than bananas, you're talking about your peaches, your pears, your apples, your avocados. A lot of that crap comes from Mexico. And then we buy it so cheap, we sell it to other countries. We all make a profit. Everybody's happy because everybody's made a profit. Mexico makes a profit. We make a profit. And we kind of know, I say we, the people of the United States that run these big companies that buy and sell, know what it takes to supply the United States. And we can do it ourselves if we used to cut them all off completely right now. We can do it all. New York State apples, yes. They produce quite a bit during their good growing years. And a lot of people don't realize that most of the produce you eat, like your, let's say apples. I want to give that one out there. Jim, neither is the stuff here nowadays. Fruit imported isn't very good quality lately. Neither is the stuff grown here unless you go pick it off the tree yourself. That's just part of the governments. But let's bring up apples for a second. Apples, when we eat an apple, you're not eating something that's been freshly picked off a tree this year. You're eating last year's crop. Period. The only reason I knew that, yes, that is true, Devil Dog. That is true. All produce that comes from the outside of the United States of America is radiated to enter America. I've opened boxes of bananas that come from across the way, and when I get them, they had already been frozen, or not frozen, but down to 42 degrees for a period of time. Well, they have tarantulas there that are highly poisonous. They call them banana spiders. Spiders are as big as my hand, which I've got a fairly large hand, but they are, 7 by 7, 8 by 8 inches wide and long, highly deadly. If they bite you once, you might as well just go ahead and go lay down, because that's what's going to happen. And we get them, and they're still in the boxes with the bananas. And now, granted, they're dead because they have been, basically, they freeze dead because they're not used to cold climates. They're used to hot climate. But they say you still don't want to jack with one very much. You dump it in the trash and you go on. I always kind of smashed them a little bit with the box to make sure that they don't recoup from being, excuse me. Anyway, I always smashed them with the box to make sure they weren't going to come back to life. Just a precaution on my area. Kind of a little superstitious about that. Yes, I have heard that. Yeah, banana spiders can get over 1 meter. That's 3 feet. That's a big old spider. Now, granted, I've never seen one, not even on video, but I have read about it. Oh, yeah, Grace, that is correct, too. 4 on the sticker code means it has been sprayed with pesticides. Kim says, no spider talk, Devil Dog. Yes, Grace, that is true too. That is true too. So you must have had something to do with produce there for a while. And 8 means it's genetically modified. David Bowie was right. Spiders from Mars. No, just indigenous places where they have the room to grow. Well, it looks like I'll be shutting this thing down here pretty quick. I'm already over what I said, but it's okay. I don't mind. Bruce is having a hell of a time with his internet. Let me see if I can pull him back up. There he is. Are you there?
Yeah, I was just texting you to see if we can pull back up. I don't know what the heck's going on. I got gremlins or something.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell.
Maybe YouTube don't like me tonight or something for what I'm trying to do.
It's all good, bud.
I'm making
Well, they
way. New kid on the block.
YouTube may not like it, but we do, so it's all good.
Yeah. New kid on the block making waves, and they don't like it. Want to rein me in for what little bit I've done. That's scary. I haven't caused no damage yet.
All right.
Maybe
Grace
in
says,
maybe in their eyes, but oh well.
right.
That's
Yeah,
the only
yeah.
Navy map I can find, Shane. I was trying to find that other one that kind of you and I visualized there for a while, but I don't see anything at the moment.
Okay.
I got plenty of others here about anything and everything that I'm looking at, but thought that
Hey,
new Navy map was kind of interesting on what it could be and where we're living and all of that. You know, on some of us here relocate and, like you say, those nuclear power plants and stuff up there.
oh, yeah.
If it happens, that's going to be the least of our worries about being inundated with water. It's going to be a bigger mess than just water.
Well, it's going to, yeah, it's not the water that I would be worried about. It's going to be the toxic waste that gets dumped into the ocean, into the Gulf, killing all our fish. And I want to tell you what, you kill off water life, you will see every nation in this world dissipate over the next 2 years.
Yep.
It's a fact.
Oh, yeah. But, no, trying to keep what I'm doing. If I feel like it, Shane, I'll keep trying to watch some videos and stuff, make a note of them, maybe try to do this again.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you take care of your health first, bud.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you take care of that.
That's kind of what I'm doing right now and everything, but I just wanted to jump up for a little bit and throw something in there to keep things going a little bit since it was Friday night. But sometimes, you know, if you're asking me to come up or dropping hints of something, I don't come up. There's not a good time at the moment.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair enough.
So,
Larry P, hello.
Kind of give you an idea on what's going on if I don't break your door down and stuff like that. That's something
right.
that I want to just kick back and listen and stay out of trouble, basically.
And Bruce can mean kicking in my door in 2 ways. He's just 45 miles from me, so he can either come to my house or do it here online. So, yeah. And nuke meds. Yeah. Yep.
But anyway, I think I'm going to jump off here and lean back and everything, Shane, and we'll see if we can do her again one of these days and try to tune in tomorrow night and see who's going to be there and everything. And if it's something I might be able to contribute, I'll drop you a text. I won't put it in chat. I'll just drop you a text and see what your thoughts are about joining the party.
Not a problem, bud. Don't ever be scared to come up, man. Well, you got something or not. Well, you got something or not, man. It's all good.
Yeah. Okie doke. You guys have a good night. Much love to everybody in the chat, and thanks for everything, chat and everything, and we'll see what we can do. And you guys take care. Much love. God bless. And you guys have a good weekend if I don't talk to you.
All right, bud. You have a good evening.
Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so Steve, yes, that is true. And Devil Dog, yes, I read yours. Banana spiders in general are not poisonous. However, the Brazilian wandering banana spider is highly poisonous. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, y'all want me to keep going? You want me to shut down? It's up to y'all. Y'all tell me. I'm not going to be the dictator of this tonight. I'll let y'all do it. Well, I'm tired of Diet Coke. I am going to grab me a Coors Light. I'll just spit it out there. I'm going to grab me a Coors Light, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. Y'all tell me, and that's what we'll do. Yeah, South America. Yeah. It's. I want to tell you what, you get into mostly densely forest populated areas, you're going to get some bugs you've never seen before that will sure whoop us people that are so indoctrinated up on the stuff around here. You know, we get all these shots, but we get down there, we're not immune to it. We don't have the natural immunity that what our bodies used to back 200 years ago because of all the crap they keep shoving in our bodies, telling us it's good for us or when you're born and it'll help prevent this. But what they don't tell you is that it's not going to prevent you to get 15 other problems. Devil dog. I'm going to read it, but I'm not going to read it out loud. Yeah, I will. That's funny. Dictator. It's a potato shaped like a penis. Sorry, that was just too funny. Yeah, when your children are born, they say, well, you need to get all these shots. So your children have to go through all this prod and poking. And it supposedly prevents all this crap that they end up getting anyway. And there's still people to this day, here, even in Kansas and Oklahoma, who say, no, we don't want our kids. Well, you have to get into school. Bullshit, you do not. That's a lie. Well, you have to have your immunization records. There is none. Well, they can't come to school. Okay, show me that law. It is not a law, ladies and gentlemen. That is not a law. That's government propaganda, is all that crap is. They start getting you ready. You know, they start parking your feet when you're born with needles. I don't know why they choose the feet. Maybe it's because it's far enough away from your heart that it ain't going to kill you instantly. It's the only thing I can figure. Hello, Garrett. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Memphis is a mess. Mostly peaceful protesters shut down Highway 155. I had heard that earlier. Someone else come in and said something about that. I was like, damn, this shit never ends. I think these people are getting paid to be bored. Then they're getting paid to go start shit. It needs to stop. They need to find the person that's supporting this crap and string them up. I'm not saying hang them because I don't wish death on anybody. But I think string them up, whatever that may be in your eyes. Because anybody that's supporting burning down someone's hard work or destroying families or homes or businesses, cars, they need to go back home, get back in their mama's basement, stay with their video games, and quit doing that crap. I heard a comedian years ago that says his kids were getting harassed by a gangster that was in school. And he confronted this kid that was a gangster. And he says, so you're a gangster? He says, hell yeah. He says, pull up your britches. You're not no gangster. Get back in your mama's car out of that minivan that she just dropped you off in and go back home. Learn how to dress. Well, and it makes sense. And the way he said it was a lot funnier than I just did, but it was funny. Yeah, Grace, that might be true. Obama's 30,000 man army. Well, Grace, that's good. Japan released their people from wearing face diapers. Anyway, give me a 1 if you want me to keep going. Give me a 2 if it's time to shut her down. Find something else to do for the rest of the evening. It's up to y'all. Y'all make the call. Red, you can even join in on that one. It's up to you. Yeah, whatever you do, just don't forget to hit the like. If you ain't tripped over it once, go ahead and do it. Well, Grace, it's funny you said say something like that. You hit the like 3 times. Trump come out with the speech today. And it said, he said something to the effect of he's wanting to build an Iron Dome just like we have built for Israel. And that will take away the threat. And he says he wants to get America, the border secured, the Iron Dome in place. And if he gets back in, or he didn't say if, he says when he's back in office, he will do that. That'll be a first priority and get our military built back up. And now this is just what he's saying. Hopefully, the only way he can do anything is if we got a Republican Senate and House. And they better push it hard because in 2 years it may change. So you better push that shit hard and get it passed through. But anyway, yeah, he was talking about all that today. Hey, Cat Bivens, excuse me. Yeah, that would help, Grace. So yeah, it's one of those deals that if he gets back in, great. He's telling everybody exactly what we want to hear, and he's actually got a good plan. But whether he can go through it or not, it's not up to him when he ain't got the power of the purse. And when it comes to military money, that's only military money that he can control after it's already been allocated. So any incoming be above and beyond that, he's out of there's not much he can do unless Congress says okay. Carol Z, you was out to dinner. Well, good. I hope you had a great dinner. I hope it turned out really well. I guess we're going to treat this like the government. I got like 5, 6 ones. So, all the rest of them, if it's a no say, that means it's we continue on because that's an automatic yes. That's how they do it in Congress. If some don't vote, it's an automatic yes. Yes, Red. Vet your sheriff. Even if you just download that website she just pulled and forward it right to your sheriff, that's good enough. Q City vote present. Yeah. Yeah. You know why they vote present, don't you? That way they can't be belittled for one vote or the other, for one side or the other. That's why they do that. There you go. Red has it. All y'all that voted one, get on up here. Want me to stay on? Help me keep this going. Somebody get up here and help me keep this going a little longer. We'll go. Like I said, I ain't got a whole hell of a lot to talk about left. I went through most everything I had. Like I said, I watched 6 hours of Congress today, and I can break it down through all the BS. Because you always have a bunch of blah blah blah. It has nothing to do with it. I broke it down into about 30 minutes. So, because Kat Bivens, it was due to. She says, "What was Trump's intended purpose for an Iron Dome?" It was because of there's so much nuke talk going on right now and so much threat against the United States. He wants to make sure that we can shoot down any incoming missile, whether they're subsonic or way above subsonic, coming in. He wants to make sure we can take them out before they hit land. Because any one of these new little missiles could take out a whole city. Thank you, Karen Thompson. So instead of letting one or two get through, because that's one or two cities we just lost, and they're going to be strategic, ladies and gentlemen. They're not going to be just random cities just because they can. Jim Boswell, be careful what you ask for, because we have them. And used in the wrong way can be very detrimental even on us. Let me see him. Yeah. He put out a couple different deals today that I watched. Forbes was covering it that I caught. Yeah, that's it, Devil Dog. You are right. 6 hour Congress equals 5 minutes of common sense and 2 minutes of intelligence. That is it. Like I said, I broke it down pretty quick. I really thought I had some material until I broke it down. And I'm like, I watched all that long for that horse shit. So I could watch the last 10 minutes and got the gist of it. Trump's giving a speech tomorrow on RSBN. I don't care to watch many of his speeches. If they're short, he gets right to the point, I'll listen to that. But him just going on and on and on about everything he's done that was so great, I'm sick of hearing that. Let's see what you can or going to do when and if you do get back in, and what you're doing right now to better the position of the American people. Who can name the 3 branches of government? I can. Yeah, we know Dito can. That's for sure. But anyway. Cat says she can. Devil Dog says he can. I say I can. Red apparently asked a question, so apparently she can. Yeah, somebody jump in there and see if you can spit them out. Garrett, I have not checked out his new song. I usually don't follow him a whole lot unless I hear him on somebody else. Yeah, I don't like the way he looks, but that's just a judgment call from visual, but his words are good. I just don't like when he has his eyes blacked out and he makes it look like he's a demon. I'm just not a big fan of that. He's got tattoos from hell So, it's just a bad stigma for him. He's putting out a good word, don't get me wrong. But the visual effect of it just makes me feel creepy. Well, Devil Dog, I can't name the 17 things that the federal government can do. Well, in public anyway. I could probably name a few they probably do offline, but sorry, my phone's still blowing up. All right, let me see if an email come through. Somebody sent me an email. They thought it might be interesting. Okay, let me drag this over here on a different screen. Damn it. Pulled it up there anyway. Anyway. Yeah, the roots of our government of the week. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Karen Thompson, that is a bullshit lie. You remember they went through that years ago about the blood clots and it's bad for you, and raises your cholesterol. Then they come out 4 or 5 years later saying, oh, no, they're actually good for you. That's the good cholesterol they're putting out. Now they're back to anything that's going to hype up the Americans and make them. And that's why the prices are going up? No, it's because they're blowing up and burning down every damn major chicken farm there is. So it lowers production of eggs. That's why the price is going up. I mean, that's just simple. Cat Bevan says something. It's almost highly intelligent. I can't name 17 things the federal government can do, but I'll fix that. Here's the one thing. I know the 17 things. Well, I don't know them. But I know the 17 things they won't do. And the biggest one's not help the American people. Karen, I said this earlier on Jeff B. I haven't heard a word since it supposedly happened. Don't know. I wish him the best. If he did, I hope no ill has happened to him, but I'm not going to get in that little racket. It's going to be blown out of proportion, and I don't want my name drugged to it because I was already told this morning my name was drugged in there because I said I heard through my chat, one person said that talked to him, he was shot, he's fine. That's all I ever said. And my name I was told this morning that my name got drugged through the mud because I was on board with them. No, I'm not. I was just saying exactly what showed up on my chat, either Saturday or Monday. That's it. I don't know. I hope he's doing fine. I don't wish ill on anybody. I damn sure don't want drug off in the damn mess. D-Dog says, if you want to know who is in charge, check your state constitution, Bill of Rights. It's in the first 3 sections. Yeah, Q City, I don't have a problem with Jeff whatsoever. I just don't want in all this YouTube bullshit that goes on. Yeah, that's what I heard too, Grace Johnson. That's exactly what I heard. He'll be back on in a couple weeks, and that's it. That's all I've heard. And like I said, I texted him, and I texted Mike Poff, which is Liberty Warrior, and I haven't heard back from either one of them. So you know what? I tried to get the information. There's none there, so apparently that's where I'm going to leave it. Yeah, I had heard that too, Sassy Cat. I heard he was fine. Someone said he was making donations on Rhinos or Nicky B's or someone the other night. I don't know. I don't keep up with that crap. I do my thing, and if someone comes in my chat and I get along with them, whether they're I don't care what other people's opinion are, as long as they treat me good. They treat our, the chat good and the panel good, mods good. That's all I care. I don't care what they do anywhere else. As long as what they do right here on my show is all I care. They treat someone like crap, they're gone. Yeah, nothing's been confirmed. Yeah, we put that in the chat. We put it in there every time somebody asks. As long as I say, I don't really care what other channels talk about or who they're beating up or who they like or this. I really don't care. As long as they're good to me and my panel and mods, my chat, I really don't care. I'm going to do my thing no matter where they go. Karen Thompson, I have not heard anything about the 15-minute cities. I have not. Okay, Devil Dog says 17 things the feds can do is the United States Constitution, Article 1 through 8. Okay. See you, Crystal. Al Bundy, you're slipping in here late this evening. Good to see you. Yeah, when it comes to that Constitution and some of that crap, I'm going to tell you what, I think Devil Dog's probably one of the top authorities on that. He knows it frontwards and backwards, and if he don't, he knows where to find it. And he can bounce it up in a hurry. I've always admired some of that about him. That boy, he knows his stuff. I don't know how long he's been studying it, but you'd think he's got years and years and years of experience. So anyway, oh yeah, Jim. Yeah, well, eventually, whatever happened about Jeff will be revealed. It'll all come out in the wash. That's why I don't get real excited about it. Well, I heard he was okay, so that's good enough for me. That's all I care. Like I said, I don't wish ill of him. I enjoy talking to him when he's around. He'll come up on panel. When he's being just silly like me, we get along great, and we giggle and we laugh and have a good time. Some of the information he puts out, I'm not going to say is incorrect or not right or full of shit. All I'm going to say, some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. But that don't mean I dislike the guy. I like the guy. I think he's a great guy. Studying the Constitution since August of 2005. Well, that's a short little jaunt. Yep, that is a short little jaunt. Damn near 20 years. I've only been looking into the Constitution for the last 3 or 4, probably 4. So I got a long ways to go. That explains all the great hair, D-Dog. Grace. That's funny. Oh my God. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a hard time concentrating, listening to what the crap's going on upstairs and in the chat. I'm trying to keep up with the chat too. I need to save this page. Because it's going to be a quiz I'll give D-Dog. I'm just teasing, D-Dog. Just giving you shit. But it's from the National Archives, an American founding fathers, America's founding fathers. So be interesting to hear some of them. Nice, D-Dog. I also read 3 chapters of the Bible every day. Complete the Bible every year. Nice. Now, do you change up Bibles, D-Dog? I used to read the same one over and over and over. That's why I'm saying I'm trying to learn the Hebrew language and the Hebrew scriptures so I can read them. Because, like I said, that's, as far as I know, that's the oldest written language of the Bible before man has got to manipulate it over the years. Several different Bibles. Okay, good. Good. And now let me ask you another question, D-Dog. Is there pretty big variances in all different ones? Or are they all fairly close of meaning to the same? They all have a roundabout way to get to the same just, I guess I should say. Because that's a pretty good question for me. It's like I said, I did not like the King James Version that I read, but I didn't mean it. No, the Hebrew Bible does not help with common law. No, it does not. It's all biblical in the Hebrew. So, D-Dog, you can read Hebrew? I know you had the Carol Z. I know you had the Founder Bible, but I didn't know if Devil Dog could read the Hebrew, the original text. Because if he does, he's way the hell ahead of me, because that's what I've been studying. And trust me, it ain't something you just learn just because you know the alphabet. That's one thing. It's the hieroglyphs that you have to try to understand. And then you got to know how they're pronounced. Now, the actual alphabet's pretty easy in Hebrew, but knowing the sounds and from sight instead of actual letters. But back then, that was our letters, I guess. So it's just a little different. Yeah, Red dropped the Founder's Bible, David Barton. She dropped the link to where you could get one. Yeah, the Geneva Bible from 1599. Yeah, I know you have mentioned that a couple times around me. Red. I'll put that on screen. I like that. D-Dog, Hebrew up some whoop ass. Non-constitutional sheriffs beware. Yeah, Jim, I think they should be able to at least comprehend part of it and maybe a little bit of it. Even if it's broken, that's fine. But yeah, just non-compliant, not wanting to. See, Oklahoma made a statute in Oklahoma in a law that it is an English-speaking state. No, they're not saying you can't speak other languages. It's just any commercial entity you enter, you must be able to speak English or have your own translator. They will not subsidize a translator for you. So some of the ones wanting to file for, let's say, unemployment or child welfare or something like that, if you cannot speak English and you do not have a translator, you're pretty much on your own. Oklahoma did that, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe longer. Jim, no habla español here. I'm pretty sure you don't have that problem like I do down here. But it's not a problem. Like I said, there's some great people out there from all walks of life. I don't cuss any of them from where they're from. I've got some great friends. I mean, some of my best friends I deal with all the time. Half their families come from Mexico. Great people. Great people. I love their culture, their old-fashioned culture. I love it. This gangster cartel shit, I do not like. Yeah, Al Bundy, yeah. Tennessee tried pushing that when they lived there, yeah. Did it ever go through? Yeah, Jim, it probably is. It's getting all over. Now we got to learn other languages, Haitian and there's all kinds. Grace Johnson. It's a well-organized machine. Did I see the statue of Ruth Bader Ginsburg? It's disgusting in New York City. I have not. They're protesting in Manhattan right now, and you wonder how they get organized so quick. It's all organized by big money. It's all organized by big money. That many kids just can't get out of the house with no money and go that far and start creating trouble without something in their belly and something to drink and the equipment to do it. Somebody's funding it. I mean, they just can't be sitting around talking on the internet about how to build all this shit without somebody coming down on them. And if no one's coming down on them, they do see it on the internet. Since everything on the internet's traced, even if you're in the background, in the black web, the dark web, even if you're on the dark web, it's still tracked. So yeah, they would know about it. But if they're not doing anything about it, now that goes back on our federal government. There you go, 1599 Geneva Bible. Joseph, how you doing, bud? Well, I guess Red dropped the link one more time. No one comes up here shortly, then we will call it a night. If someone does, then we'll continue on. Like I said, we'll go at least another 10 minutes if no one jumps up. But if I can get somebody to jump up, we will continue. It was satanic. Yeah, it is. CBS finally got something right. It's satanic to burn down somebody else's livelihood and their living, their homes, or businesses, it's satanic. That is correct. Good, Joseph. how to build your own chicken coops. Well, the biggest thing, all of them is going to be a little different depending on where you live. Just go out and take what little knowledge you've learned and take and build one. And if they keep getting out, then change why they're getting out or what's going on that they need changed. Trial and error is usually your best bet when it comes to doing something when it's do-it-yourselfer. Now, if you want to save money and hope like hell it works for you, you can watch a lot of videos. Thank you, Red, for dropping that. My link is dropped. Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody wants to come up. You just want to have 3 or 4 hens? Yeah. You should be all right. That's fairly simple. Well, I apologize. Let me back up. For someone that's grown up around it, that's it's simple for someone like me. But someone that's not used to it, yeah, that could be a trick. You'll move to Florida first, then get 3 to 4 chicken hens. There you go. Robert Lawrence, you can call me Ted, just as long as you call me. Oh, yeah, you can put them in your garage. There you go. Yep. Yeah, Joseph, I think you'll do fine. Chickens are pretty hardy, especially if you're buying them from the area you're in. They're pretty hardy. They can handle it. Yep. Yeah, we had a little bit of issues with some of our eggs we was getting, and I brought it up a couple of weeks ago, and we did some calling around and started checking with some of these bigger chicken farms. And they was having the same problem. They had no roosters, but the eggs were starting to hatch. I don't know how the hell that's happening because I didn't know chickens they could, like a frog, could change from either sex. Some of them can change from either sex, but they said that's not possible. So it looks like these chicks, when we got them, were probably shot up with a bunch of growth hormones. So we're trying to weed that out now. We float all our eggs. I'll tell you what, if they start floating, you might as well throw them away. Might as well throw them away. Well, Joseph, I wouldn't get real technical in it. I mean, it ain't much to walk out there and open the little door and let them out in the area. Heated water, yeah, that might be acceptable. But if it gets too warm, they won't drink it either. They don't like room temperature water. No, they'll drink it out there and, been out in the sun and crap. But they seem to do better off of just regular water out of the garden hose. Oh yeah, yeah. Possum, foxes, rattlesnakes, any of them critters can make havoc. Cats, they can make havoc on a hen house in a hurry. Do they need heat? When they're little, they do. And we keep a light bulb. We don't keep a heat lamp. Now we keep a heat lamp on the chicks. And once they're old enough, only heated enough to keep from freezing. So usually just Well, yeah, if I'm still on here in 10 minutes, I don't mind if you come up, D-Dog. Yeah, we just use heat lamps. We don't use incubators. The only time we ever used an incubator is when we was hatching eggs. Uh, we haven't done that in years. We usually just buy the chicks from Atwoods. But I think we're going to go back to the incubated eggs because we're getting too many growth hormones in our eggs. And me and my brother, either one, are fond of that. So we're going to go back to the incubated eggs, which ain't hard to do. And if we go to the incubated eggs, since we ain't got a rooster, we'll just leave them in the hen house and let them raise from there. We'll just mark the chickens, because they all got their pecking order. They all know where they sleep. Each nest is their own. We'll just mark the pins that are their little areas, their little nests. We'll just mark them, and those are the ones we won't touch, and we'll just let them hatch out. Hey, there's Jim. Good. I'm glad somebody come up because I got to go to the restroom.
I thought I'd keep you company for a little bit.
It's all good.
Well,
No,
I've been
you're
busy
good.
every evening trying to get a deer and no luck because it just run off as soon as I open the door.
Well, my God, you need to be out there before you have to open the door.
I'll tell you, it's cold out. If I stand on the deck and wait for them to come up here, they don't. They know my routine.
Throw some vanilla wafers out there on the lawn. They
It'll
love
attract,
vanilla wafers.
it'll attract mice, other rodents.
Oh, just do it right in the evening before the deer normally show up. You kind of know which time they're showing up.
Well,
Throw it out and keep their attention on them vanilla wafers instead of your door.
say the price of cookies, I'd rather eat them.
I know that's probably right.
Yeah, I've had it with the inflation. They said on the business channel today that consumer spending was down 0.2%. Well, it's worse than that with the inflation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And the quality, because you guys were talking about the stock market earlier before I really for a few minutes before I got in chat. Figure if the
Yep.
stock market crashes, that's going to ruin all these people on their pensions.
It will. And that's what I say. I hate to see it happen,
Yeah,
but for the United States actually growth, it would actually benefit it in the long run.
mm-hmm. Well,
That's the only thing. But I'd hate to see people, go hungry or go without.
we need to revamp this whole money system. You figure everything that's been done has helped the ruble. We need just a certain amount of money in circulation, all backed by gold or silver. We got to stop printing all this. Actually, I have a family member, one of my sisters. Well, she thought, Mr. Potato Head was going to bring everyone together. Well, she's had it. She thinks they should all be arrested. She's starting to. She's conservative on one hand, but liberal on the other hand. And I mean, it's like this. Some people are finally waking up, and I'm really pissed off to see that Newsmax is being taken off DirecTV and AT&T, and it's probably going to happen with Verizon and Comcast next.
Oh yeah.
And then they'll take Fox News off, which is slightly better, but not much better.
No, it's all the good ones, they've ripped down off social media altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Newsmax, I was iffy about them, but I did like OAN. They ripped them down too. OAN's hard to get a hold of now.
The only way I know you can get it is find it on the internet. You figure some of the people from OAN are working for Trump now. One woman that had a show is one of his attorneys now.
Yeah, I don't remember which one that was, but I know Chanel Rion. I really like her. She puts out. She's a good reporter. Yes, Carol Z. Perfect. Make sure you can take possession anytime you want, Carol Z.
It's like everybody's waiting. Like I said, everybody's waiting for the stock market to crash, but they don't realize how bad things are going to get when this happens.
Yeah, Karen Thompson. I have watched Mark Z. Like I said, He does talk a lot of finances. I'll give you that. I have watched him. I used to watch him all the time. I kind of slowed down on my watching of him.
Well, my favorite person on finances is really Larry Kudlow. I've had it with Fox Business.
Larry Kudlow.
If the stock market's up a little, Fox Business acts like we're having the economy's doing better. It's not doing better.
No, it's just better than it was yesterday. It didn't mean it's any better.
Well, there's stuff going on with stocks that doesn't make sense. It's like the last time I was on here, I think I was mentioning how all the defense contracting stocks are doing good. Well, Northrop Grumman has been down a lot 2 days in a row, and NVIDIA is actually going up. Yep. Amazon is going up, but Amazon's days are numbered.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jim, I'm going to volunteer you, whether you like it or not. You're going to run this show for a second while I go to the restroom.
Plus, get another Coors Light, probably.
Probably, yeah. It'll be my third one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some beer later.
Yep. I try to wait till my show's over, but tonight it's going a little long. So
I wait till after I get a shower, which will be about 11:30.
There you go. Anyway, you got control for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I've had it in Pennsylvania. Our new governor put a 4% price hike on beer, wine, all alcohol products, and it's just going to get worse. We all got to be careful what we wish for. And I think any day, I was watching a little of Ron Tyler about earthquakes earlier. If Grace is still here, Grace Johnson, some of the earthquake channels, they're just not on often enough. But I still think we're going to see a devastating earthquake. And when I was mentioning in chat earlier about these maps, some of these old maps, look at it like this. The oldest maps of the west coast of this country show the Salton Sea being basically, it looks like a river going from the north end being open to the Pacific Ocean, being all the way open to the south end. And I found another channel where a guy has, I forget the name of it, I have a bookmark, where the guy's done a lot of research and he's posted all these maps. You figure, how could there be maps from like the late 1500s, early 1600s showing this? Those cartographers were absolutely excellent. You figure the oldest map of Antarctica, it is so detailed, there couldn't have been ice on Antarctica for them to come up with a map. These cartographers back in the day, in the late 1400s, 1500s, they knew what they were doing. Yeah, I'm trying to burn a little rubber, right? It's nice when there's not a lot of people on the panel, so I can get a chance to get my message across. I'm watching some of this alien history stuff for a little bit tonight. It's amazing about the Orion connection. And even though you can look at the Bible as a history book, you got to look at the Egyptian history also. I don't know how accurate. Marshall Masters has talked about the Colburn Bible in Egypt, about their historical references. Right. But then this all goes back to the ancient Sumerians, which say life on Earth came from Mars.
Yeah, and see, like I said, once again, people remember that's an interpretation of what they said.
That's the thing.
People say things back then that we say now. It's the same thing, but it has two different meanings. You got to be very careful because, like Hebrew, you got to be very careful when you're reading. If you can't read the original language, try not to interpret it and don't take anybody else's interpretation unless they know it frontwards and backwards and know. That's why I'm very careful about the Hebrew side. That's why I'm trying to learn it. Because until you can go back to the original writer, don't take anybody else's word for it because it's just their version of what it says. That doesn't mean that's correct.
And how do we know?
Get things wrong even on accident.
How do we know how much of the Bible could have been changed on purpose, or just one comma makes a difference? I had a customer I was talking to a few years ago This guy was from England. He was telling me he's a professor and his expertise is in ancient language. And he figures some of these ancient languages, there's no word in the English language that's an exact interpretation for it.
Bingo. That's why I'm trying to learn what I'm trying to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also scary too, because I'm also getting somebody else's interpretation of what that word means. And it could steer me wrong. And I don't want that. So I'm being very careful. I've got 4 or 5 different people that are teaching it, that I've got them downloaded so I can watch them anytime that I have free time. And I put them together and I see if there's differences. I lean to the ones that are more likely the same, or I can understand what they're trying to say.
Well, you figure the priests in the Catholic Church have to learn the ancient Latin, but then they're going to look at this with a certain partiality. It's just like the news. I want someone that's impartial. I just want the facts.
Yeah. Skip all the bullshit. Don't give me your opinion. Just give me the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that's it. Al Bundy says a lot of the books in the Old Testament were word of mouth until written.
And we all know what happens to that. And more power to Devil Dog learning the ancient languages.
Bible was changed in 1122 and 1308, and it's estimated that there are over 800 books in the original Bible. And once again, like I said, but how many times did it change before then? Devil Dog? Because 1122 is not even scratching it. I mean, Jesus walked the earth. We're in AD. He was in BC. So how many times could it have changed since the turn of that dawn? I mean,
what about
that's just the whole thing.
What about Jesus's life between him like most of his life in the Bible is just a little bit of the beginning and the very end.
There's 40 years missing. There's 30, 40 years missing at least.
Mm-hmm.
And that was another question I had. If Noah lived 900 years supposedly, and the Bible that we read this day, which is the Holy Bible, don't you think Jesus' day was probably that long too, or longer?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just 50, 60 years long, because he wasn't very old when he passed. Some books say he was 28 years old when he died. Well, no, that's just all the writings that were on him. There's 40 years in there that was missing, where he walked the sands of the earth or some shit, it said in one Bible.
Yeah, well, the people in India say he spent several decades down there.
Yeah, see, and that's why there's so many questions about the Bibles.
What's left out? Okay, look at it like this. What color is Jesus's eyes? You think they would put that in the Bible?
Well, you'd think they'd also tell you, and back then they didn't know what race was, but everybody paints him and depicts him as a white man, but look at the people where he come from.
They have olive-colored skin, yeah.
Yes, they have olive-colored skin.
Hey, B-Dog.
Hey,
B-Dog, how you doing, big man?
I don't know.
You don't know.
But in 1308 is the biggest change in the Bible, because there was the Roman Catholic Bible,
right,
the Greek Orthodox Bible, and the Russian Orthodox Bible. There was 3 of them, and all 3 of them have Christmas at a different day
because of the calendar.
Yep. And I do, anybody that associates, and I just, in my opinion, anybody associates with the Roman Catholic Church or the Roman Catholic Bible, I feel is misguided in my eyes, because the Catholic Church was fine until the Romans took over. It took them 12, 13 years to take it over. It was a blood battle for 13 years.
Yeah, the Council of Nicaea on what was going to be included in the Bible.
Bingo. That's why they didn't kill the heads of state when they took over the Vatican.
And you figure the Catholic, I was raised a Catholic. A few years ago, before my parents had to go into a home, I was talking to these young priests, and I was talking to them, and they were really surprised at my knowledge of the Bible, because I've been reading it since I was about 17 years old. And I was asking them, like, what's your basis for the most important thing? And their whole thing is, it's the catechism. I'm thinking, well, the catechism was supposed to be based on what's in the Bible, the New Testament. Oh, but we got to go by, what all the previous popes have dictated has to be taught. They've gotten this all distorted.
Now,
Yeah,
Jim,
go ahead.
a catechism by definition going, way back to like Jesus' time, is like a graduation test.
Hmm.
Okay.
So you have to prove your knowledge to move on. That's what a catechism is. And
Okay.
in America in the 17 and 1800s, your test to go from elementary to like the junior high, which is actually the finishing school, that was a catechism.
Hmm.
See, that's something I didn't know. Thank you.
I didn't know
Bill.
that either, because I only went to Catholic school for 3 years. I couldn't take it anymore.
Elementary catechism. Okay. On the Constitution.
See, where's the year? Right there.
1828.
28.
A few days ago.
Well, everybody knows if you tell somebody a story, and by the time it's relayed to 20 people, it's gonna sound completely different.
Oh yeah.
Right.
And you think now you're talking ages and ages and ages of people,
Hmm.
hundreds of millions of thousands of people. What's the truth? And that's the thing. We're all looking for the truth, and it's so hard to find. It's just that's what keeps everybody bewildered.
Well, I think a lot of the truth is what's scribed into those pyramids in Egypt, South America.
Well, they're saying Egypt with the pyramids isn't the oldest structures on Earth now. Now, see, once again, here we go with more theories.
Well, there's supposed to be an old pyramid in Ukraine too.
Yes, there was.
And one thing, I've said it before, I've said it on other people's shows. Some people don't take much stock in them. You want to learn a lot about the history of the Earth. I think my father had me reading introduced me to Immanuel Velikovsky's books when I was in elementary school. Earth. He had 3 books: Worlds in Collision, Earth in Upheaval, Ages of Chaos. And Carl Sagan hated him, and a lot of scientists claimed they debunked him. Immanuel Velikovsky knew what was on other planets before we ever had any spaceships go out there.
Jim, that's an avenue I'm not going to touch on right now because I still don't believe we got spaceships out there. But I'm not saying it ain't true. I'm just saying that
I don't
a
know.
little bit to convince me. And I want to address something. Red, make it big, Shane. Oh, okay. We want to see the shirt of the day. Okay. I made him big.
Oh,
And you didn't even know what it was for.
D-Dog, have you ever read any of Velikovsky's books? Because
Nope.
he predicted what each planet was made out of exactly.
Wait a
The
minute.
chemical
I can't read
composition.
the top part there, big guy. I can read the bottom.
It says I did you.
You did what?
It says I
Did hit
high-five
you. I high fived you
face.
in the face.
Oh yeah, I see that on the bottom. I just didn't know what the top said. Okay,
Yeah, I think Jesus was born in September, Carol Z.
August or September. I think it was September.
I think Jesus was born on his birthday.
Yes, there you go. There you go. It saves the debate.
And the reason that I study the more recent Bibles, starting at the Geneva Bible from 1599, which is the final print of the Geneva Bible, that's the one that there was 3 copies at the Constitution Convention, the first one. That's why I study from then on.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You said the Constitution from back then. Is that the same one ours is actually based off of from when we come here and took over in 1776, 1770, whatever it was?
Yeah, 1787, but whatever. Who cares about years?
Right.
That Bible was at the first Constitution Convention, George Washington showed up with one, and Benjamin Franklin showed up with two.
Were they all from the same thing? That Geneva?
Yeah, all three of them were the Geneva Bible.
Okay, so that would be
And
the base
the first printing of the Holy Bible was actually an act of Congress, and that's the first American version, in the English language Bible.
And I know some people don't like Martin Luther, but he did a great service to humanity, having the Bible available to the common man.
Oh yeah. At one time, they was printing in the Bible, "This book shall never be sold. It is for free, and is out there to be given." And that's when I got a little leery of the newest one, because anybody that's trying to give something away for free, there's something up, because it costs a lot of money to print a bunch of books. So that's when I got a little leery. And I heard this, years and years after it started being given for free.
But there is one thing you have to credit the Catholic Church with. The Catholic Bible does have the Apocrypha with it. And a lot of what's in the book of Ezra coincides with Ezekiel and Revelations.
I have not looked into that. I really can't even comment on it.
Yeah, the Apocrypha, for some reason, they just decided it's not considered the Bible, but they consider it holy text. It's almost like what the Jewish culture does with some of the books that aren't included, in the Hebrew Bible.
D-Dog, was there 700 and some books missing from the Bible?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Why? Let me ask you this: why are they missing?
Well, okay, the book of Brutus from 300 AD.
Okay.
Jesus is just a prophet, and he knew about Muhammad.
I didn't know that. What do you think of the Gnostic Gospels, D-Dog?
What I do is I centralize on stuff that helps understand the Constitution, and for me to teach that. Like the 1100 Charter of Liberties, I'm all over that. Show people where it talks about the separation of church and state. And then I go to Thomas Jefferson and God, what's that minister? The correspondence between Thomas Jefferson and the minister about the First Amendment and everything else, because he's worried about his freedom of religion, and it's spelled out there. But whenever they took the Bible and Jesus and God out of government is when everything went down. Because in November 1800, America moved into DC, into the Capitol building. By December, President Thomas Jefferson opened it up for Sundays for it to be a chapel.
Correct.
And it was
So the building wouldn't get used for nothing else back then.
40s, early 50s.
Yes.
What was that, Shane?
I said because the Capitol wasn't used for anything else in December because it had no heat.
Well, look at how Harvard and Yale were really schools that taught Christianity. And
I'm sorry, D-Dog. I did not mean to cut you off, buddy. I apologize. Go ahead, D-Dog.
Well, in 1800, December of 1800, it started being a chapel on Sundays, and they'd bring different preachers from different, religions, the Catholic, Protestant, Episcopalian, or whatever, to that. And Thomas Jefferson decided that, even though they're singing hymns, that they need music. So the Marine Band played for those on Sunday. And at the end of 3 months, that was the largest church in the area.
Okay. And I do apologize for cutting you off, man.
No, it's good, Shane.
Same here. I thought you were done. You're a wealth of knowledge when it comes to this.
I'm not dumb.
No, hell no.
I thought you were done. D-O-N-E.
Okay, I play that with my kids because, the done word doesn't really mean anything.
No.
I try to get them to use the word finished.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
Now, see, all that stuff's interesting to me. Like I said, I don't mind learning, especially when it's something that's interesting. Even some things I don't find interesting, I like to learn about because it's just how my brain works. I want to know, and I've always got questions. I'm a very inquisitive person about anything and everything. And sometimes I have an opinion, but it may be wrong. And there's people that correct me. D-Dog corrects me all the time. I don't mind being corrected because now I know more of a truth than what I felt was the truth. So I don't mind it a bit.
Well, I think everything is all interconnected. You figure the Old Testament, the New Testament, what went on with ancient Egypt, Greek and Roman gods. There's just so much stuff that's been left out that there are people that know, but it's just like the hidden technology that's probably there.
Well, and let me say this because I know D-Dog's going to chime in here. The Romans celebrated every god for everything that happened: the wind, the sun. The Romans, before they conquered in the 1300s, before they conquered the Catholic Church, they all believed in hundreds of gods. God for everything, God for thunder, God for everything.
God for fire, God for water.
Yeah, everything. Wind, fire, earth, and then when they got in with the Catholic, they all changed to one God. So, it makes you wonder what has changed that made them change their way of thinking. When they did the conquering, you'd think they'd try to change everybody back to their way of thinking.
They assimilated people. They assimilated into other people's cultures and vice versa.
I don't know. What's your thoughts, D-Dog?
Okay. Well, let me address Q City.
Okay.
The separation of church and state going back to 1100 Charter of Liberties and a letter from Thomas Jefferson in 1801. It basically states that the government has no rights to regulate religion in any way, shape, or form, but it's religion's responsibility to regulate government.
Okay. Okay.
And what was your thing? Because I was busy thinking of, putting the words together correctly for Q City.
But we were just talking about, well, basically it won't matter because you just answered some of it to me. Catholics, it's came from Karen. Catholics used a lot of paganism and still do to this day.
Yeah, there's paganism all over all religions.
Yes, it goes back to the dawn of man.
Mm-hmm. You figure Christmas, the Egyptians used to bring a plant and decorate it for the winter solstice. That's really where Christmas comes from.
Yes.
Yep.
That is true. Joseph?
So do we have to talk about Easter and the one god Esther and all that other stuff? Do we have to get into this?
Well, wasn't Easter one of the worst slaughters in the world's history? And we celebrate it now by hunting eggs?
Yeah.
At least it's going to be expensive this year.
You broke up a little bit there, bud. Sorry, D-Dog. You broke up a little bit when you was talking.
Well, a lot of people call it Easter. I'll just call it Esther. Call it what it is.
Bingo. Thank you.
Well, I hope where I live, I can see the comet on February 1st and 2nd. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Figure
makes you wonder. I don't know much about the book of Esther. I hear, God, I hate bringing up his name. I'm going to. A lot of people like him, but 107 Daily, 107. He brings up that book of Esther every time he has a conversation with somebody, and that's all he ever talks about. And I'm like, dude, get a life. Talk about something else. There's more than just one book in that Bible.
Okay, and a lot of stuff he talks about in the book of Esther, he gets wrong.
Yes, thank you.
He's an idiot.
A lot of people follow him and think he has inside knowledge of what's going to happen. I don't
He
think he
has no
does.
friggin' clue. He proved that when he went to Washington, D.C., and he supposedly had all this jelly that was for the president, which was Trump, and then he couldn't even get close to him. And I'm thinking, for being a ghost, having all this knowledge, you can't even get close to the president, and he ain't acknowledging you? Something a little fishy. He's got a lot of money that has made good investments, made bukus of money, that talks himself up for clicks and views.
So, Shane, you've known me for what, about a year and a half, maybe a little bit more?
Yep.
How many people have I said disparaging words against publicly?
Not many. In
107, fucking idiot. If
We're
you
all
believe
trying to
what he
learn.
says, you're a fucking idiot too.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
all
I got
trying
so
to
sick of
learn.
hearing that guy. I can't even watch him anymore. I used to watch him there for a while. I got so mad at him. I was watching for the idiocracy that come out of his mouth because he never gives you an answer. I mean, let me go about it this way. And there's never an answer. It's 2 hours of fucking him running his fucking chops and nothing comes out.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm done with that. I couldn't do it no more. And you could even see Nino, David Rodriguez. You could even see him when he was talking with Juan getting pissed off. And I feel bad because they become friends, you know, and it's hard to cut off a friendship once you become friends because they talk in the background. But yeah, Juan is it was said best in the chat. I feel the same way anymore. He's a scammer.
There's a lot of false prophets.
Yeah. Okay. One of my favorite episodes of that idiot Nino and the idiot Juan. They were talking. It was a D-Day special,
Right.
and 107 says, "Yeah, the reason that we landed in Normandy in the winter is because they're on a different hemisphere, so it was their summer." Just a minute, Normandy,
What?
that's like fucking France, ain't it?
Yep.
Isn't that like the same hemisphere we're in?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that this is one of the few times I watched one of those shows and I didn't like record it as I was watching it. I went back to the replay and it was edited out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. That was yeah, there was some false information. I remember watching that one. What the hell is he talking about? They're in the same hemisphere. Yeah, you're not going to go swimming on a beach.
No, they're
just
not.
clapping, friend.
107 knows everything. He's way smarter than everyone.
Oh yeah, just ask him. He'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fucking idiot, and I don't even like his boots.
I hate his fucking boots and his ring. You know, and they're always talking about the red emerald, which stands for pedo shit. And here he is. He's wearing that red ring, advertising. I'm thinking, what kind of dude is this? I would think I would change my rings. I mean, because if you're trying to put on a good show and make people believe you, you don't want to advocate what the Vatican's putting out if they're bad. Yes, Red Juan is a joke.
Anybody
he's not that good.
Yeah.
Anybody that has any inside knowledge of what's going to happen isn't going to be telling the general public. On YouTube,
Bingo. That's it. If they know, everybody's going to know. And how in the hell can any one person get out there and spew that shit out? Because I said that to myself too. This guy's full of shit. Because if he knew what he said he knew, they'd already have his ass thrown in prison with no outside communication whatsoever. They did it to a couple other people I do know of. I haven't met him in person, but I have talked to him on the phone. One of them was the one that was originally supposed to do the job for Timothy McVeigh. And I know where he lives, but I'm not going to spit it out.
But there's a lot of I don't want to say her name. I know if Grace Johnson is still here, she knows what I'm talking about. there's a lot of people prophesizing, even females. And I remember one prophecy that has yet to come true that a certain president, a former president, was going to die on December 18th. Because I checked this woman's website. Well, that prophecy didn't come true.
Well, they didn't say what year, right?
Yeah, you're right. I think you're correct about that, Shane.
They
No,
never
I
said
think-
a year. They just said December 18th. So I remember because it was just 7 days after my birthday.
Because I take
And
a
it
lot of these
happened
people
for
with a
3
grain
years.
of salt. Even on X22,
No.
led us to believe something was going to happen soon, but now it's like tomorrow never comes.
Yep.
Now, X22 is always, his stuff is always 3 days after it comes out, and it's already been debunked by the time he releases.
Yep.
I mean, it amazes me so many people just blindly follow some of these people. And you know what? It's out of desperation. When none of us are going to know something's going to happen unless it's like a comet or asteroid's going to hit the Earth.
Well, they're
Just
not
like
going to
an
tell
earthquake.
anybody anyway if it's big enough.
Yeah.
They don't want to spook the people. Well, it's not their place to whether you get spooked or not. It's your place to have the right to know.
But
Who
but
are they
I've
to
been
tell
wa-
us who lives and who dies?
Well, I've watched Stephen Fletcher's channel, and he's another one. But I look at it like this: in the history of mankind, comets seem to be harbingers of something happening. Just like look what happened after the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in 2020. There's a reason why all these ancient cultures it's just like vampires and werewolves. There's got to be some truth to all this stuff for people to put so much basis in stuff like this.
Well, let me satisfy your vampire deal. We got vampires today. Supposedly, they're taking young children
Yep.
and making adrena out of it.
Oh, I know.
Okay, that would be your vampire. Now, your werewolves, part man, part wolf, day, night, that's all for movies. But a werewolf, I feel is just, it's a myth within a myth. They had to have somebody to go get, because back then they was calling it blue blood and red blood, which was the vampires and the werewolves. And so yeah, shapeshifters, yeah, Q City, whatever, yeah. Can people shapeshift? I've never seen it, so I'm going to say no. Can it happen? I'm not going to say it's impossible, because the people of the world never know exactly anything that can really happen. But have I seen it? No. But I haven't seen God either. So I can't say it's out of the question. Is there aliens? I don't know. I haven't seen them either. A lot of people say they've seen ships. Who cares?
Well, there's a bunch of aliens that are coming across our border.
Yeah, that's the southern border at this moment. You're right.
Well,
Well, just like George Norrie's radio show, I haven't heard that in ages. Where you have look at it like this: there could be beings that exist in a different dimension that exist in our dimension, but we can't see them.
Well,
Just like
let me
talk
ask
of
you this.
shadow
Why
people.
does it have to be from a different dimension? See, that's what throws it out the window for me. Why, out of all these billions of stars out there, why would we think and be so arrogant to think that we're the only living cells out there that have a brain to think with? That's just arrogant talk within itself. I don't think
I
that's
believe that there's life out there.
So there has to. You would almost think there. Let's see. I'm asked to read Joseph's question.
Just the laws of probability. There has to be.
You would think. I mean, okay. United States was a trial run for a new society, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, an experiment, basically. You think if we have an all-in-one creator, do you think we was the only ones put on a sphere or whatever this may be. I don't give a shit if it's flat. We just put in this place to be the only ones as a trial error. And if it fails, he has to start over in the Petri dish again. Well, you're a Petri dish. We'll trial. Do you not think he had other Petri dishes as trials too? To see how that worked?
That makes me think of nation building. What did the United States and Western Europe do after World War II? We basically started the nation building.
Okay, Joseph, D-Dog, Joseph asked me and you both a question. I'm going to turn it over to you. Maybe you know better than I do. What do you think about the dollar to oil, gold to silver ratio going to zero?
I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention because 90% of what I do is bartering.
Right. That's me.
Yeah, so that they can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. I'm not part of their program.
Understandable. Yeah, I like I said, I don't. Digital Hawk, hello. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I think it's been a long time. I'm just going to leave it there. Long time. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't think any of it's going to go to zero if it's any natural resource. And I'm going to leave it there because a natural resource, we all know what that is. Anything taken out of the ground. It'll never go to zero. They say, we're going to run out of oil. It's a bullshit lie. They say it takes 1 million years for oil to be produced from decaying process. Okay, 1 million years.
Okay.
I guarantee this. Go ahead.
I just have to interrupt real quick, Shane. I'm sorry.
No,
but
you're
the
fine.
term fossil fuel, there's no science behind it. Just some oil guy started throwing that out and everyone adopted it. There's no proof at all that oil comes from fossils.
Bingo. And that is true. That is true. And the only thing I was going to say, just a hint different, was if it takes 1 million years to produce fossil fuels, every day from the day we're dumping this oil is 1 million years from some day. So it's being produced just as fast as we're pulling it out of the ground. Maybe not in that zone at that second, but it's being produced just as fast as we pull it, whatever's causing it.
And the thing is, how did the oil get there? One of Velikovsky's theories was that there's proof that cataclysmic changes happen on the earth literally overnight. Basically, is it possible that some of the oil on the earth came here from a celestial body hitting the earth and depositing all this oil, methane gas?
There's no proof of anywhere where it comes from. That's the problem.
It's all theory.
Because nothing can be broke down in oil except oil. You can't break it down to a DNA. You can't break it down to a skin cell. You can't break it down to anything other than oil. So who can prove where it really comes from? It may be just a natural sweat coming from our world we live in.
Or
It
from
could
the
be
inner
just
core.
the way it breathes. Who knows?
It could be like the impurities that go past our aquifers.
Yes, and that's what I said. And they said, well, won't that contaminate this new oil, contaminate our aquifers? Hello? No. By the time it gets to our aquifers, it's already broke down. So in other words, it's got so minute, what we pull up in our drinking water out of wells is not going to affect you. But then once it goes through its process all the way down through and it's compressed and compressed and compressed, it spits out. I'm sure its 55-gallon drum won't produce, by the time it gets down to its oil substance, a 55-gallon drum probably won't produce 1 drop of oil.
You figure when they do fracking, and they do it a lot in your area, Shane.
Yes, they do.
And they do it in Pennsylvania, not in my area. It's not the shale, it's the hydrocarbons in the shale.
Yeah.
Without the hydrocarbons, the shale would be worthless. Because you figure, what's shale? Shale is mudstone.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And shale
Mud
comes in
sand.
so many forms.
Yep, mud and sand.
Okay, digital.
Digital. I've seen that too. Maybe when rocks have sex, they shoot.
We figure we don't even know for sure. It's all theory, and I don't want to hear the general consensus of scientists, because science is not a consensus. It's based on
Nope.
fact. We don't even
Science-
know for sure what the core of the Earth is. It's just theory.
Yeah, that's it. It's all conjecture. Every bit of it.
And one thing I don't think we'll ever have the technology to do, and it wouldn't be a good idea, is try to drill all the way to the core of the Earth.
Who's going to spend that expenditure? I
Well,
know
we don't
some
know
of these
what the
wells that go
repercussions would be.
14, 18,000 feet straight down it's easier to go 3,000 foot down and go horizontal and cheaper than it is to go straight down. Who's going to spend that to find out something they can't control anyway? And then may not like what comes out, because if it is a molten lava rock down there and it decides it wants to fart, that hole's going to become a crater, and that crater is spewing out endless streams of lava. Now, if it's empty, just an empty core, now you drill there for nothing. So which one you want? No one's going to go through that expenditure. No one. No, there's no country out here. Even all countries together won't go through that expenditure to spend money to drill that deep. Then they're all going to have to get together to build a rig that will drill that deep. I think 26,000 feet is as deep as they can go. Go ahead, Edo.
Yeah, I don't think we have the technology to go all the way to the center.
No.
You figure there could be repercussions trying to use geothermal energy from the Earth. I think we should just leave it alone. Because we don't know.
If it's just for home heating or stuff like that, I don't see a problem with it, because you're not going deep enough to hurt anything. I don't believe that's going to hurt anything. Yeah, you get into the massive heats down lower, you may run into some issues. Yes. DC Blessed Bees. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you.
Then I look at it like this. Okay, you got oil in the earth, and then you got water. You would think if there was all this oil there, it could somehow contaminate the water. And people don't realize there's no water. You figure these underground wells, they're just water. It's a flowing river inside the earth.
Well, water floats to the top of oil anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So why would it not come up to a higher level to get your aquifers full and your oil sits lower? Because it's heavier. I mean, that's obvious. Go look at people that haul water off of saltwater barrels and get the water off so they can have the oil. They do a color cut. They pump it down until the color starts changing colors, and they shut it off because they don't want no water in their oil. Very little, but they color cut it. And when I say color cut it, they have a little test. They stick in this little sampler deal that they put on the line. And when it changes that color, you stop pumping.
Mm-hmm.
And then they gauge the tank and tell you how much is in there. So it's just simple. I mean, it really is.
There's not going to be any shortage of water, that's for sure.
No. Well, water is created naturally too. I mean, that's a bullshit lie that everybody's been listening to for years. Like I said, if they listen to everything from 1999 or 1990, whatever it was, New York City ought to have the first 2-3 levels of their buildings underwater. They should look like, the French, that whole city that's half underwater. They sail around in boats now.
Well, you figure the base, the concrete base where that Statue of Liberty sits, the water level of that, because you figure, what does salt water do to concrete? It leaves a mark. All water does. That hasn't changed since it was put there.
No, it hasn't. It's actually gone down. So there is no melting of the ice caps. That's a bullshit lie. It's melting. They show a big chunk dropping off. Okay. Well, it's done that for millions of years.
The one thing I look at it like this.
Yes,
One thing,
yes. DCB's or DC Blessed Bees brought up a good point. Wasn't the thickest ice pack in like 40 years this year? Yes, it was.
back when 44 was president, the Navy said we needed more ice cutters.
Imagine that. Well, an ice cutter for the Navy is, if I'm not mistaken, is a ship to get through the ice that's broke off and floating close to the snow caps or the ice caps, the northern and southern hemisphere. So an ice cutter, yeah, was a ship or ships made to break through for subs and other boats to follow the path.
Okay, I'm not sure if I ever told you this before, Shane. I had an uncle who was in the Korean War. He was on the USS Nautilus with then at the time Commodore Byrd. He was on that submarine when they made the first trip to the South Pole.
Okay.
And he said they saw my father. I was a little kid when he told these stories. My father thought he was just stretching the truth, but he said once the submarine surfaced and there were these things flying in the sky that didn't look like airplanes firing beams of energy, and the submarine had to go back down. So I'm a firm believer in all these conspiracy theories about Antarctica.
Well, and you got to look at something else. You remember Hitler was real big on researching back in his day a lot of the old theories on some of the myths about, let's say, the Holy Grail or shit like that. But anyway, his biggest thing was he liked Nikolai Tesla's. Yes, Digital Hawk said it too. Nikolai Tesla's magnetic electronic elevation, which was it could elevate just off the magnetics of the Earth. Didn't need thrust power. It didn't need all that. And about the time that all that crap come along about Antarctica, because you look at the date and you look at when Hitler disappeared, apparently he found some technology, or he found a place he could develop this technology that no one fucked with him. And so he did. Who wants to go out there in the middle of the cold to do that? And then people there, back when Hitler was around, they said they finally got him. Do I believe that? I don't know. It's up in the air. But he was doing research back then, and they did get him. That research team didn't stop their research and kept continuing what they was doing. So when that submarine did surface, supposedly, and seen supposed, now I'm not doubting them. I'm just saying I have to say supposed because I wasn't there and I didn't see it firsthand. They may have seen things flying around that weren't airplanes.
Well, my uncle was
electromagnetic propulsion systems that didn't even have a sound.
Well, my uncle was one of the engineers. He was a lieutenant commander that went to the Naval Academy. Because he showed us. My sister still has some of them pictures. They had a whole fleet. They had other ships that brought destroyers, and he had a picture of a bulldozer that was unloaded. And right when it got unloaded on the Antarctica, the ice broke off, and the thing just basically started floating until it sank. They couldn't recover it.
Huh? I don't know. D-Dog, let me say this one. Let me address this one time, and it's in the chat. And then I'm going to go to you. I actually this is DCBs. I actually watched a documentary on the expedition that Hitler sent to Antarctica. Was real interesting. I've probably seen that one too.
Yep.
So I used to watch all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
But and I say crap. I don't miss crap. I used to watch all that stuff. That's just my type of language I use. I apologize. Yeah, I have Admiral Byrd. Yeah, he's controversial to this day. That was 1947. But it's still after Hitler disappeared up there in 1942. So anyway, go ahead, D-Dog. What's your thoughts? Conspiracy, right?
Let's see. Anything having to do with Hitler, I really don't care.
Right.
But in the late 1930s, the U.S. government changed the basic politics of Germany to the point where, with Swiss funding, they put Hitler into power.
I did hear that. I didn't know how much of that was true,
And
but
Greg,
I don't know if anything about Hitler was true.
Everything I say you can find on the congressional record.
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, you are basically funded his war machine.
Yep.
And that was
And
through where? Swiss?
What we did in Germany
Yeah.
is the same thing in 2014 we started doing in the Ukraine.
Wow.
And that's what we did in the late 80s, early 90s for the UAE. But, you know, why do we have to screw up history with facts?
Yeah, God forbid.
Yeah, and most people don't know these facts at all. Well, these are the kind of books I read as a child. One of Velikovsky's books about flying saucers. I mean, this stuff, I don't think I was a normal kid being interested in this kind of stuff when I was like in 4th or 5th grade.
My older brother was the same way.
Hey, Jim, don't take this wrong. I don't think you're a normal adult either.
I take that as a compliment from you. Thank you.
Gotta have something thrown in there. Better you than me, Jim. Sorry about that.
Normal is only what other people think you are. Normal is what is socially accepted.
Yeah. My dad told me I didn't have the common sense to get myself out of the way of a falling rock. So he got me Thomas Paine's Common Sense, and that's one of the books that started me kind of on the journey I'm in.
Nice.
When I had to do a book report in elementary school after I got out of Catholic school in 4th and 5th grade, I did book reports on historical figures from the Revolutionary War. It just always fascinated me.
Yeah.
Uh,
You know, like, okay, Revolutionary War stuff. Paul Revere's ride. What did he scream when he was riding his horse to the west?
The British are coming.
That'd be stupid because he was British too.
yeah.
Wouldn't it
That's
be
what-
the regulars are coming because that's what the British colonists said about the regular army?
And the use of the English language was slightly different back then than it is now.
That's
Slightly.
what I'm saying.
Oh, please.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Everything's got a different meaning nowadays.
It's a conundrum.
Now, does anyone know the name of the man? When Paul Revere was doing his ride, there was another man that was going north. Does
Hell,
anyone know
his
his name?
Oh, son of a bitch. I just had that pulled up. Son. I can't remember it right offhand. No.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a hint. It's a black man. That's why you don't know. And he's a Christian and he's a preacher. But when the British got to Lexington and Concord, do you know who? Well, okay. Do you know what army they came up against?
Not right offhand. No.
No.
They came up to a preacher leading 88 parishioners. So the people in his congregation are all defending so John Adams doesn't get killed. And they were taking on 3,000 people. Okay. 21 people were injured, and I believe 7 people died. And when they were going back, the preachers and parishioners that the other gentleman got came down and met him and set up a gauntlet and took them all out.
Oh,
But
wow.
our war, the generals of our war at the beginning were preachers.
Red says William Dawes. She's quick at looking shit up. And she might have known that too. She's not stupid. She's a smart woman.
Well, I
Yeah.
knew it wasn't Nathan Putman.
Dawes. That name reminds me of something else. Son of a bitch, you're making me dig through all this trash in my head now. That's deep.
Yep. And Gettysburg. We were losing. No, not Gettysburg. God, what's the one? Well, there was another battle. I can't remember which one it was. I haven't got too far into that history in a long time. But we were losing really bad. And we were almost out of ammo. And this one man sneaks behind the lines and kills the commander of the British, and they didn't know what to do, so they retreated. And no one knows his name because he was a black man. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter.
And that was the no-no to kill the officers back then.
Yep. And I believe both stories are in this.
All right.
And
Those are books.
no, that's a David Barton movie.
Okay, so it's a DVD collection.
Yep.
All right.
But
how many movies are in there?
Or
how many series is it?
I believe. Well, this is 10 DVDs, so it's probably 17 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, but let me see if I can pull the YouTube link up for it.
Well, I'm going to have to get going. It's midnight here, guys.
Oh, crap.
It's past your bedtime?
Well, I got to get a shower. Then I got to do laundry. Then I got to take the dog.
No words, he needs a beer, and he ain't going to do it online. So,
well, I exercise in the evenings. That's why I get a shower so late.
Right. You do your body lifting and stuff.
Yeah. Hey, it was great talking to you, D-Dog. And thanks for having me on.
Good talking to you too, brother.
Not a problem. Yeah, I like talking to you, Jim. I know you didn't like talking to me, but I'm glad you like talking to D-Dog. But no, it's always good.
I like talking to you, Shane. It's trying to. The problem this
just
time
not
of
as
year,
much.
Right.
I'm not talking to both of you. The problem is if I have deer out here, or if the dog has the runs, because you never know when that's going to happen.
Just poke your gun out the window. Open your window and poke your gun out the window and shoot.
Well, I try to get them from the deck, and I got a glass sliding door, and I have 5,000 lumen LED lights mounted to the house, so I can see the deer if they're a distance away. And every time I open the door to go out there, they see me and just take off. It's easier to get them when it's warm. This time of the year, they're just so skittish.
Oh yeah, they know it's they become a feast time.
Well, after I get a few of them, the first few weren't too bad to get. Then after I get a few of them, they're on to me basically. So, and I'm sick. I've been doing it since 2004, and I'm tired of it.
Hey, pull them in. Are you eating the meat?
Well, the ones I've gotten this year, the Game Commission's picked all of them up because they need the meat because there's so many people hurting in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, and here's another deal. Go to your local stores in October and November when the pumpkins are going bad and starting to rot. Throw them damn things out in your yard. Deer will come from miles around to eat them damn pumpkins. And they get pretty blind or pretty deaf when there's rotted pumpkins out there.
Maybe I should grow some. This year I had too much food in the garden, and I was surprised the deer over the course of 2 weeks, we must have had 150 yellow squash, 150 zucchini, and about 100 cucumber. And we couldn't eat all the food, so my wife started taking them to the doctor's office she works at and giving it away. It's like I staged everything so it would be gradual, but everything all at once. And they didn't bother any of the tomatoes this year, which surprised me.
Yeah.
Part of it's because they know about the dog. So,
all right.
Okay, well, you guys take care and have a good night. And thanks for having me on, Shane.
All right. Not a problem, Jim. Anytime, bud.
Okay. I'll be back soon. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what. You throw out a few old pumpkins and let them start rotting. I guarantee them deer will. They'll come from miles around to get them damn things. I can smell them. Red's dropping American Heritage Series. She dropped the link. That the same one you got? Yeah, he's muted, so apparently he's looking up something. Don't want to be disturbed. That's fine with me. I'm trying to catch up with. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Jim Thompson, I did not say hello to you. I apologize. Just now. Okay, I thought the whole war in Ukraine was just Biden's propaganda machine at work. From what I've heard, there is no war. It's footage from 2014 Crimea complex. Jim, I don't think you're far off track with that.
It's actually happening, and if you learn how to listen to shortwave on your computer or laptop, if you tune into the stations they're using over there, 90% of the traffic on the radios are Polish.
Can you explain that a second?
No, because someone told me, and we listened to some of it, and they translated it for me.
Okay, fair enough. I was just going to say that's quite interesting. Hey, I got a picture I want to show you. This is from all this crap that's been put out on the newspaper or in the videos today. This guy, these two do not look like there's a conflict. I want to show you right here. This is off the body cam, supposedly of cops. Give me a second. I'll try to make it bigger. Hang on. I think there's only one way I can do that. Okay. Look at this. Yeah, this picture. Look at this guy. He's damn near to smile. This guy, which is Paul Pelosi, he's in a good mood. It looks like they're holding hands. They're not. He's supposedly holding the hammer, and he's got him by the wrist. And I'm sorry, if you're dumb enough to let someone grab your hammer and you're holding it, you're pretty an idiot. But this is the picture, and just a still footage of when the cops opened the door because somebody clicked it open and they pushed it open.
Paul Pelosi opened the door.
Yes, that's what I thought. And if you look at this picture, that does not look like a conflict. That looks like it is a setup bullshit lie.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get that off the screen because, but I'm keeping it. Is that not the biggest joke you've seen with news today?
No, actually, the biggest joke is the 911 call that got released a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, this supposedly happened in October. I did not hear the 911 call, but could you inform us of what it said in general, or in just basics?
It basically just said that, he needs help. Somebody's in his house and they won't leave.
And he won't leave. So he didn't hear him busting in the back door that took him 15 swings with a hammer and crashing through glass with his shoulder and then stepping in.
Well, or about the glass being on the outside of the building, not inside.
Yeah, me and Bruce talked about that, and I thought, well, if it's double pane, your outside glass will be on the outside because it's going to bounce off the inside. But your inside glass will be on the inside. But they said, yes, the majority of the glass was on the outside of the building.
Right. Only way for that to happen is if it gets knocked out from the inside.
Right. And that looks staged to me on that picture I just showed. And that's the actual cop footage, supposedly, that was showed. That looks staged as fuck to me. I just don't believe a damn thing that thing shows. In other words, and here's the deal. This is back supposedly in October. This video just now comes out. So they've had plenty of time to remake this damn thing. Plus, this is just a month and a half after when he got caught in with that DUI, where he wrecked his car and he had some little old filly in there with him, and it was on national television. How do you get that stigma off of you? You create a diversion. And one picture or one video scene when the cops rushed in, because you never see him actually physically get hit. You see the motion of it. Everybody's laying on the floor by the time the cops get there. And one video I was saying had a little bit of blood. It might have looked like it was coming from his head. The second one that was a little more thorough didn't show any blood coming out of his head.
Yeah, I don't know how many the police body cameras got released out of the 5 cops that were there.
Yeah, because there was 2 standing beside each other. I know when they showed up.
Well, the
from the video I just seen.
The picture, the still image you showed was the body cam of the officer in the center, and there
Correct.
was one to his right and one to his left. I want to see the body cam footage of the guy to the left because he was first one in the building.
Yeah, and not only that, yeah, everything. Yes, I would like to see it all, because even the guy in the back would have something that the others had missed.
Right.
But when I heard him talking, supposedly coming up the steps, they didn't know if they was at the right house, 240, 220, whatever it was.
Right.
And so it's like, it's got to be staged. They don't make mistakes like that. Not when it's an emergency. I'm sorry. Someone's breaking in my house. I'm calling as soon as I hear them starting to try to get in. Not after, hey, someone's in my house and I can't get them to leave. That would be kind of a bullshit deal. Just in my opinion. Black Serpentity. I don't know if they're blowing smoke rings or not, but they're blowing smoke up somebody's ass because I don't believe that tape whatsoever.
Yeah, well, they're
I
trying
think
to.
Todd needs to go to jail just for propagating this fucking hoax of a story. In my opinion. Carol Z, what did you see? You watched the whole thing on Twitter, okay? What did you see? That might be interesting to know. I didn't watch it on Twitter. This is off of Breitbart News. This is what they issued to the public.
Yeah, Grace, I heard about that too.
Yeah, just some person they're used to seeing. Okay. Yeah, like I said, this whole damn thing was. And if that one old boy has to go to jail, they got plenty of money. They can pay him to sit in jail for a couple of years. They say he's going to have all these charges, probably up to life. He'll be out in 2-3 years, but he's going to be wealthy beyond his means if they hold their word. And they probably already paid him, so he would do it. So I'm pretty, these, and they didn't pay him with their money. You know that damn good and well. They paid him with your money and my money. Shit we pay taxes on. I seen that look at he talking. They didn't pay him with yours or my money, but
I'm just trying to figure out why everyone says that this is taxpayer money. None of the shit they do is taxpayer money, because taxpayer money won't even pay the interest on our debt.
Correct. Well, you got that.
They're just inventing fucking money. It's nothing about taxpayer money.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And the more the government spends, the harder it is on everybody because everything's more expensive. Because government forces inflation.
Yep, that's it. I had a discussion with somebody earlier today or yesterday. I can't remember which. It might have been tonight on my show. Let me read Red's first. He was a Pelosi male prostitute, wasn't he? Oh no, that was
And
Pelosi.
Paul, he's like an old dinosaur because he'd be like the Megasaurus.
Oh yeah, because he's like 83, and yeah, oh yeah, he'd have to be. Yeah, it's a bunch of horse shit, but yeah. Like I said, I don't know. This whole thing is getting. I mean, it's getting stupider by the day. By the day, you can tell people are desperate. I was trying to see who actually put this out. Can't see who actually put it out. But Breitbart covered it.
There's one thing about that. I can guarantee I've already spent more time on it than I wanted to.
Oh, absolutely. When the videos come out, I forgot all about it until the videos come out because I really didn't give two fucks. I'm just trying to be honest. He's crooked. They do insider trading. They manipulate stocks and bonds. I don't care. They're crooked from get-go. Paul and his wife own so many properties that fall under the postal, the postage, the United States Postal Service, and they get paid bukus of money for their properties.
Mm-hmm.
And plus royalties on that money. And that's why the Postal Service always gets their funding first when Nancy Pelosi was in office. So they want to make sure they get their money.
The Postal Service is a government agency or entity.
Yes.
Okay. They have nothing to do with the post office.
No, but their budget is.
No,
Exactly.
they're totally separate entities.
Okay.
Okay. Now, under the Constitution of building a post office, the government procures land. They build a building to open up as a post office, or they install a post office in an existing building, and then the property goes back to the city, and the city has to maintain it and manage it.
Well, I knew the city had to maintain it and management, but doesn't why are they giving all these funds to the government giving funds to the post office then?
They're not giving anything to the post office. They're giving it to the Postal Service.
Okay, to the actual service, not the post office.
Right, because if you know how to properly address your letters, you can mail a package up to 10 pounds for 6 cents, and you can mail a letter for 2 cents through the post office.
Now we need a whole course on this. How in the hell does that happen? Is it long and drawn out?
It's a little bit of something, but it's right inside the Postal Service regulations. There's 3 codes within it that you can use, and you can actually get your mail. You can ship whatever you want for free. If I want to ship a truck to you, I can do it for free.
Shit, let me turn this on. Okay. That would be interesting to learn.
It's all in the way it's addressed.
Okay.
But I'm not going to get all wrapped up and teach everyone that when there's more important shit having to do with the Constitution and saving our liberties.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Looks like I got another email. And they said it's funny and disgusting all at the same time. It comes from Eldondo Trumpo. Let's see if it's come through. Okay. More Pelosi footage is what it says on the email. Oh,
okay, Carol. did he really hit him with a hammer? Or
That's-
was that red spot on the back of his head there before the cop showed up?
Yeah, because we don't know. That's it.
Because if you listen to the video, the first one that we seen the still of, you can distinctly hear something getting hit 3 times.
Right.
And when the cop gets there to pull him off of the old man, the fat guy is way far away from him, and there's no way he could have hit him in the head. But you know, I've watched it a couple times, and I'm done with it.
Yeah. All right. That video, that link I was sent, I was told probably not to play it live, so I won't. I'm scared it'll get me ripped down. Anyway,
Yeah, there's too much of that doesn't jive. If we went through every single frame, you know, I could point out what I saw. But you
yeah,
know,
that's me. I
I got
watched
better
it.
shit to do.
Yeah, I watched it 10 times because I never could see the actual blow. I never could see where, if the old man's such a sleeper, he couldn't hear the door getting crashed in. And I'd heard something about the call, but I didn't know the gist of it. So I was just going by, you know, internet talk. So I couldn't really speculate on it. And I watched, like I said, the video of him trying to get in the back door, and then the video of him standing there. And as soon as I seen the cops walk in, they're standing there like they're holding hands, which they weren't. And it's just like they're staging this. Yeah, it was a bunch of horse shit. Bunch of horse shit. I don't believe any of them. Somebody got to make the Pelosi's look like a victim again.
Oh, well, they're entitled. Of course, they're victims.
Oh yeah. Even if they're doing the wrong, they're still victims. Ask them; they'll tell you.
Yep, and I picked up 3 more 3 foot by 5 foot American flags.
Oh, nice.
And I'm still waiting on 10 more of them because the first week of April, I'm supposed to go into one of the high schools in my county and give them a long speech about the American flag and how it's changed, going all the way back to the Union Jack in the corner and everything else.
Wow.
But this is the 15 star and 15 stripe flag.
Wow. Okay. 3, 2, and 4
And then-
rows. Yeah.
And this was generated after the first flag act. And then there was a 18 star. And then after the second flag act, let's see which one is this one. Yeah, this is the 20 star.
All right.
And that's got 13 stripes because at the second flag act, they limited to 13 stripes.
Now, has it actually got 13 stars on it, with the big one being the final star, the 20th on that one?
No,
1, 2, 3,
this has
4.
13 stripes.
Yeah, I was looking at the stars.
Yeah, there's 20.
20 little stars.
Right.
What about the overall star it makes?
Just pretty.
Okay. Just the design. Okay.
And then I got a 32 star. You didn't know there was that many flags, did you?
No, I did not. I kind of like that one. That one's pretty cool.
Yep. And after this one, that's when the Third Flag Act came in, and it made it so that all stars had to be in horizontal and vertical lines. So that's the last one that's a shape.
I like that 32 due to it's 32 star. You said I like that because it takes out all the blue states and just leaves the real America.
Well, yeah, but in the center is the 13 original colonies.
Right. I was just trying to make it funny out of that because I know there's about 32 states that are red originally, or it should be, and the rest are kind of blue states.
Yeah.
Now, I'm glad to see Illinois is trying to change a lot of that in their state. The sheriffs are. I like seeing that.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting. I'm just curious how far the sheriffs want to go with this.
Oh yeah, they're going to have to hold together. I can promise you that.
Well, I wrote up a declaration of treason that they can apply to the governor.
And that needs to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think they're ready to go, guns blazing.
Right.
As a figment of speech, not an actual action.
Right. They don't know if they're going to get that deep into this mess.
Yeah, so we're working on a declaration of trespasser rights, or a claim of what is it? Where they're doing stuff against their oath of office.
Oh yeah.
And either way, it can escalate through the time of discovery and everything else, and them, adding to their case, all the way up to treason. And that's not just the governor; it's the whole state legislature for everyone who voted for that bill.
Right. Derelict of office. Is that what you were saying a second ago? Your election of office?
No, we didn't even look into that. It was violation of oath.
Okay.
And we're setting up something so that the sheriffs can get together and take the proper oath, because the oath they took is not adequate, because it doesn't coincide with 1 Stat 23, which is the very first law in our Constitution and Republic.
Okay. All right. Did not know that.
See, that's how important the oath was to our founding fathers, that it was the very first law written.
Well, I still refer back to the law that was written that said that the sheriffs of each county cannot be trampled on by any government, even the state government, by no means.
Right.
I do like that. I think that is I still think that should be but the sheriff's got to understand that. That means protecting the people, not the tyrannical government or your
right. But that statement originally came out of the Magna Carta, and I can't remember if it was clause 60 or 61.
All right. And now I'm going to ask a question, but I'm sure I'm not the only one going to ask this question, at least in their own mind. The Magna Carta has what to do with the Constitution?
It's one of our liberty documents that's stated in the Federalist Papers.
Okay, I knew it mentioned in the Federalist Papers, but I did not realize it was never detailed on how that fit in that I could see. But I didn't dig into it real deep either.
Yeah, but if you go through the everything having to do with the First Constitutional Convention, all the secretary notes and everything, Magna Carta is mentioned 9 times. 1100 Charter of Liberties, they mentioned that, I think, 21 times.
Right.
The Declaration of Rights, 4 or 5 times. The Grand Remonstrance, half dozen times. And then the English Bill of Rights, they mentioned that a few times.
Okay.
It's not exactly a short read either. You might as well, open up a couple of weeks to go through it.
Okay. Okay.
And if you go through it, you're going to end up with more notes than what is actually written.
There's a lot of questions there, is there?
Well, they're talking about documents and everything else, and the Bible to the point that's way above everyone's knowledge.
Okay.
And there's these companies that are putting out this Constitution stuff about the founding and the first Constitution Convention, and
Right.
they have everything all wrapped up in a 2-hour movie, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh shit, that would take a week to watch, I would think.
Yeah, no, more than that. Well, like that Constitution class, I plan on spending at least 30 weeks on teaching people that, and that's 2 hours a week.
Yeah. Yep. Sorry, I'm reading a conversation with another gentleman. I try to keep up with my chat because, if it wasn't for the chat, I wouldn't have a show.
Right.
So I got to do that too occasionally. If I remember, still Christian legal thing. First, whatever. Now, I missed kind of what you're trying to say there, bud. Anyway, 11:30. I think it's a good time to shut it in and close down this live. And Red, I need to speak with you.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble, girl.
Oh no, she ain't. Every time I call her backstage, I get my ass ripped. So she ain't no trouble.
Hey, Red, if you're coming backstage, I need a big sandwich.
That's a sandwich.
Sandwich.
Magna Carta. Okay. Al Bundy's talking about the Magna Carta.
Yep.
All right. If I remember, still Christian legal thing. Then he says first, whatever. And it's a Magna Carta. Okay. See, I'm not familiar with the Magna Carta, Al, and I apologize. I'm sure D-Dog is. Matter of fact, he's probably looking for a book. I'll bring you a sandwich. I hope you don't mind. It's probably going to be peanut butter and jelly.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't bitch. When someone's bringing me a sandwich, I don't bitch. The beer's kicking in, Al Bundy says. All right, Key City, we'll see you later. I'm sure
I got a couple of books on the Magna Carta, and one is actually a study guide, and it's like 600 pages.
Oh, wow.
So it's probably right next to the study guide for the 1100 Charter of Liberties, too.
Probably. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to shut this dude down for the evening. I will be back on tomorrow, if as long as there's no issues. I should be back on tomorrow at 7:00 Central. We will talk to all you good fellows and ladies then. Hello, I'm the one in trouble. Yeah, you might be on the topic tonight. No, I'm just giving you crap. Anyway, y'all have a good one. We will see you all tomorrow.
Yep, and